anyone else was involved in her death. Her family has begun funeral preparations as investigators continue to establish the circumstances surrounding the incident.
Maombi yetu ni DCI wa Kilimani waendelee kufuatilia ili waweze kujua ni jambo gani ambalo lilimshinikiza ama lilimpeleka mpaka either ni kujirusha alijirusha, ni kwa nini ilifanyika hivyo.
President William Ruto has announced that all students who pass the KCSE examination and secure admission to universities or TVET institutions will be fully funded by the government. Speaking at State House, Nairobi, President Ruto urged the National Assembly to fast-track amendments to the HELB Act to enable implementation of the new funding model for students joining universities in September this year. The proposed model will replace the current funding system, which provides loans based on the student's financial need.
So going forward, any university, any student, so long as they have passed their exam and they have been placed in a college or a university, each one of them will get full funding for their higher education. It will be the choice of parents if they want to pay. But if parents don't want to pay, we now have a model that will pay for every child. Because we have incidences, for example, where a child from an underprivileged family who qualifies to do medicine fails to do medicine because their parents cannot afford to pay the household contribution.
The president also urged Kenyans to uphold peace and respect the rule of law, warning that criminal acts and violence pose a threat to national security.
They now go to political rallies, and then we have goons. And then I don't know whether we want to say again, these are our children. Every sector of our society, the business leaders, religious leaders, political leaders, have all agreed that having lawlessness, goons and all these other characters, criminals, should be stopped. Now that we have a consensus, our security agencies must do their job. Within the law, they must do their job and they must stop criminality.
In other news, former police spokesperson Charles Owino has been appointed government spokesperson following executive change announced by President William Ruto. In a statement issued by Head of Public Service Felix Koskei, Owino was redeployed from the Ministry of ICT, where he served as acting head of government communications. Isaac Moura has been reassigned to head the Office of Diversity, Inclusion and Disability Rights. The president also announced Dr. Duncan Ojwang Oburu as chairperson of the IPOA, subject to parliamentary approval. Former NAT Secretary General Wilson Susion and Antonina Lentoijoni were nominated as members of the TSC, while Flora Mutua was nominated to the Public Service Commission. President Ruto also submitted 7 nominees to the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, pending approval by the National and County Government Coordinating Summit. And more than 470 Kenyans repatriated from South Africa following recent xenophobic attacks are appealing for government support to help them rebuild their lives. The returnees say many come back without jobs or businesses and are seeking financial assistance to start afresh. They also raised concerns over children without Kenyan birth certificates, lack of national IDs, and appeal for help to repatriate the bodies of relatives still in South Africa. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, SpiceFM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at SpiceFM KE.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
Control somewhere. You start questioning. We have very powerful governors but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody is human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
and the
National
Senate,
Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and it's the 22nd of July. It's 11 minutes after 6 o'clock. And why can I not hear you?
You can't hear me? No. But you can no, you can hear me.
He's on the wrong mic.
Am I okay?
Nope.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Bado.
Bado.
Okay. Bado.
Bado. Try again.
Now?
Nope.
Not yet.
Nope.
Okay.
We can't hear Aseto, but maybe they'll do something about it in a minute. The people who come here in the night, like minions chewing away at the cables, you need to behave yourselves. Tafadhali. Yes.
Yeah. Bado, not been restored.
We cannot hear you. I think you might have to even come at this point and sit next to me so that we can even talk one to another.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a bit annoying.
Bado.
Bado. I don't know. Mtu aliguza kitu ambaye afai.
Kitu mtu aliguza hapo. Bado. Okay. Not yet.
How many times are you going to ask not yet? Not yet. Imagine not yet. Still can't hear you. Okay, well, we'll try to figure that out and try to fix that. But good morning, everybody, and welcome. This is The Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. And we're getting into things this morning. Let you know some of the conversations that we will be having in just a little while. How is everybody today? And hope you're doing well at 12 minutes after 6 o'clock. It's already into the final week of July. And lovely to have you in the room this morning. We can already see you getting in. Nduh and Aseto, we're trying to make sure that Aseto can hear us or that we can hear Aseto. But we'll do that in just a little while. But karibuni sana into the Situation Room this morning, and we're glad that you were then able to join us today.
Success?
Nope.
Okay, let me go to... There's always a solution, I tell you.
I'll tell you the solution.
Agona?
Okay, you know... Okay, go back to where you are.
I
go back to where you're supposed to be.
Okay. It's musical chairs.
I'm telling you, it's musical chairs this morning, but we'll figure it out at some point.
You have to restore factory settings.
Hallelujah.
It's better.
And here we are. Talk again.
Iko sawa?
Iko sawa?
Okay.
Hey, okay, here we are. Getting into it this morning, and the greetings can come and they can be in full force. How are you?
Fiti.
Niko salama?
All things considered. I know why you look at me like that, but yeah, I'm okay.
Wewe, you have to be okay, because if you're not, tungekuwa na shida ingine na hatutaki. We don't want.
This life no balance.
No balance.
I know balance.
Monkey day, troubled day sleep, monkey go wake up, as we say in Nigeria. Troubled day sleep, monkey go wake up, and we don't want that kind of
life.
Cine life, but you're fine.
I'm easy.
I'm insisting. I'm not even asking now.
I'm actually okay.
Okay, fantastic.
Slept over everything. Yeah.
Okay. What else?
Strategies.
Oh, you're implementing.
You know, good thing with life is everything that happens always has two sides to it. So either depends on how you take it. If you take it negatively, well, you have to deal with that. If you take it positively and find a strategy of going around it, dealing with it, then
implementing strategies,
you're closer to finding a solution.
This is true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad.
Hapa kuna kutenga. Hapa ni kutenda.
I don't trust you.
But yeah, it's so good.
Okay, fantastic. I'm glad that you're here and that everybody's doing okay. Niko salama.
Yeah.
Niko salama.
I'm
just... the world needs to stop for a minute.
Yeah.
Because today at 5:17, you know what I saw?
What?
Voke.
Oh wow!
I'm telling you, it was great. And
wow!
That's the highlight of the morning.
Do you have the applause?
I tried to take a picture. But he was not allowing me to do that.
Oh.
But okay. You know. All in time.
We thank God.
We thank God.
Karibu sana. Okay, this is how it looks early in the morning.
this is what the standard group looks like when it's still dark. Well, everybody, good morning. Karibu sana. Once again, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Joy B, good morning. The two Barasas and the Skitty are here with us this morning, and everybody's doing okay, one would assume. Karibu, karibu. And just in case you are not, there's one thing to be thankful for.
Yeah, life.
Kabisa. Let's talk about what we'll be talking about this morning and let you know what that is. The party leader of Roots Party is one Professor George Wajakoya. He joins us at 7 o'clock this morning. And the Western Belt is a question that comes into discussion throughout this entire week and in the run-up to the 26th of July, I beg your pardon, when there's what they're calling a homecoming for Edwin Sifuna. And the Western nation, the Western Belt of the nation, is asking people to come together and have a conversation. George Wajakoya joins us today, and we're going to start off that in terms of what it would actually mean to have unity in numbers to get that. So the 2027 pre-battleground, the myth of political strongholds. Is the issue of political strongholds a myth, or is it actually something? We'll be talking about that with him at 7 o'clock. And then we get into Malala's perspective with Cleophas Malala, who is the deputy party leader, DCP, party defections and mergers ahead of 2027. We saw a number of defections yesterday. Big names, Tim Wanyonyi, who has been a forever member of the ODM party, has dropped that and essentially has joined Linda Mwananchi. The question is this a party? Is it a movement? Has it been registered as a party? We also saw that Pauline Njoroge left Jubilee and joins Linda Mwananchi. Is this of something to come? Are we likely to see more drop-offs as we get into it? And if we think that it's not important, politics is part of everything that you do every day. And it leads to the things that you suffer from or joy in. So you can't run away from that conversation. Yes, sir?
You see, when you look at all these defections and everybody moving to Linda Mwananchi, the question is it a political party? Because they say if it moves like a duck, it has a webbed feet. It has a beak. It's definitely a duck.
Well, let's see. Maybe there's something in the arsenal, in terms of what they've registered, and we don't know. But there is something that the people of Kenya are clawing for. And it's very possible that this could be the answer, but it's all a wait and see as that's concerned. So we're looking into the Western politics today, but also the party defections and what we're likely to see and what it all means. Cleophas maybe will give us some insights into that from his perspective. And then finally, this whole story of whether you're paying a little bit of an extra shilling for your token. Dr. John Mutua is the Director of Economic Regulation and Strategy with EPRA. You know who EPRA is? The Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Tokens and taxes addressing Kenya's rising cost of electricity. Have electricity costs risen? Yes. By how much? Well, he'll be able to tell us exactly, but you feel a little bit of the pinch in your pocket, don't you? We'll be talking about all of that at 9 o'clock with EPRA. So, that's what the show looks like this morning. Karibuni sana. And our audience on KTN, thank you for being here. And we'll get into it. After we go to Madagascar.
I really want to visit Madagascar one of these fine days.
You should.
You know,
it's really lovely.
You know, you've been there?
Yes.
Oh wow. Will you tell us more about it?
Well, I mean, it's tropical. It's really. You wouldn't know that you were on an island, but you are. I mean, it's cosmopolitan in some parts. Maybe two of the big cities, one being Antananarivo, but the rest of it, but the rest of it is really, I mean, there are businesses here and there, but it's a nice mix of between the cosmo and the traditional. You're really island nation, but it's beautiful to then be able to experience.
Look at the things that we have here in the continent, and one would only hope that it would be easier if the continent was speaking in one voice. It would be easier to holiday in
and
Madagascar.
The people are beautiful, beautiful, like to look at.
Oh, that beautiful.
That's the beautiful I'm talking about. Their skin is this olive. They're just a beautiful people. And it's just interesting that I saw that all of those people make up the peoples of Africa. I thought it was just great.
You know, exactly, So Africa Union. Let's remove these borders, man. Let's have a borderless continent, you know. But let's go to the proverb. Now, advised is a stranger. If he's welcome, he stays for the night. If not, he leaves the same day.
I love that. Advice is a stranger. If welcome, he stays for the night. If not, he leaves the same day. Yes. Wow. that hit me properly. Because, you can take it or you can leave it.
You can leave it.
But if you don't take it, it will go.
Yeah.
Wow. And perhaps the impression of advice stays with you no matter no matter what. So it's up to you. You can invite it in and give it a cup of tea, or you can say, I'm not going to listen to this, and then you find yourself alone.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, it's... I reckon that each and every single person is who they are based off advice they've received at one point, at any given point. Even in school, what are you being trained on? You're being advised on what to do for you to be successful. You know?
Yeah.
So we are built based off advice that we keep or that which we did not. And every decision you make has a result.
Very true.
Has a result. So if you invite advice, perhaps you see how you're going to use that information to build yourself, to change and become a better person. Not then the consequences as well are there.
Very true.
Like they say, choices have consequences.
They do.
Yeah.
You can listen or you cannot.
You cannot.
It's really up to you to make that decision about what it is that you're going to do. All right. So thank you for being here, everybody. Let's say hello to you. Tell us where you're tuned in from this morning, getting into the Situation Room as we have some of these important conversations. Kiarie Peter says, good morning from Mombasa. Nothing kills you faster than your own mind. Don't stress over things that are out of your control. Yes. So there's a woman in this organization. Her name is Sonia. You will hear her before you see her. And I asked her last week, I said, how do you manage every day? And she said, I have this one thing. And she said she read it somewhere. And I think I've read it too. But she said, if something is bothering you that in 5 years will not matter, don't spend more than 5 minutes thinking about it. And then voila, the smile on your face and a song in your heart, and you can keep it moving.
True. That's actually where I'm at right now.
Yeah? Think about that thing right now.
Yeah.
In 2032, will it matter?
Will it even matter at the close of the day?
You spent more than 5 minutes thinking about it yesterday. Drop it.
Move.
So no. All right. I'll ask you in another 5 hours if you're still there.
No, let me tell you. You see what I realized, like when you're having that discussion, what you feed grows. If you starve it, it dies. So why would you allow something that is just pressing you
to control you?
Yeah, like leaving you. Yeah, don't pay rent to it.
I agree. And this is coming from
becomes a landlord.
It's true. This is coming from the CEO of Overthinkers. But I too have understood telling you. Okay?
Yeah.
Shaq Bet says, well, thank you very much, Peter. Kiari, of course, we've learned lessons from that. Shaq Bet is tuned in this morning. Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. And Henry Accepted is tuned in this morning. Spice family, I'm kind of overthinking. Allah. We're together. Aseto and Princess Nduh, can you help me? Is overthinking a mood? It's not a mood. I'm telling you, we all suffer from it at one point or another.
I think it's a state of mind.
It is. But there's some people who are chronic overthinkers. And we've lived in that space for a very long time. But you know what? Actually, that again, what you feed grows, and what you think about remains it consumes you. So you can make a positive effort, or rather deliberate effort, not to allow it. But I understand exactly what you're saying, Henry. Dennis Dianga is tuned in this morning. Great people, he says, from Cedar in Wyoming. A very good morning to you. Christina is tuned in. Good morning, Christina. And Beatrice Omalwa says, good morning, tuned in from Dallas in Texas. Douglas Kibabong, we see you. Good morning. Mutuflani says, good morning to Nduh, Dennis, Josfat and the squad. Josfat is not here, but yes.
In absentia.
Yes.
Josfat, salute.
Good morning. Yeah. Did you see the hostile KWS witness in the Brian Odhiambo case yesterday? Kwani, how heartless is he? Very.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, and we can call it out and say
very hostile.
Very, very hostile. My goodness, that people treat taking the life of another human being as though it were stamping out an ant. No. Willie Kitala, good morning. You say you're tuning from Bamburi. This is the third day. Mombasa 87.9 is off air. Where your technicians, Dennis Aseto, Willie Kitala. It's being worked on. It's actually something that was looked into yesterday a little bit more. So we'll take that comment, and we don't need to get another one, but it's actually being sorted. Okay, but you can hear us here on our live stream, so we're very grateful that you've joined us there, as that is definitely being sorted out. Erica War says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Daniel Churu says, good morning, blessed crew. After 4 years of being deaf and blind to the plight of suffering Wananchi, it's now that this regime realizes that their fees to be paid for university, civil servants need a pay rise too.
I'm telling you. Believe them.
Believe them.
Believe
when
them.
they tell you something.
Yeah. Believe them. Now it's only important. Believe them 4 years ago you are not. Believe them.
Okay. Drift session. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. And to you too. Why do we make state appointments late in the evening or at night? Anyway, lawyers and advocates are on strike, and Sosion might just be the next that will enjoy. Yeah, well, it paid off, Wilson. That's all I can say. At the end of the day, it paid off. And so, yeah, we saw those appointments happening, and we saw a swap between Charles Owino and Isaac Mora.
Yeah.
Essentially, they've just swapped positions.
Yeah.
That's what they've done. So, no, not exactly.
No.
But essentially, Charles Owino is taking up the position that Dr. Isaac Mora was in, and Isaac Mora goes to a special committee on dealing with
persons with disability.
From a state perspective.
Yeah.
So that's what happens with that. Osana Mark says, good morning, tuned in Spice family. A blessed Wednesday it is. Doing the right thing, even if no one is seeing you, is called integrity.
True.
Absolutely. That is what it is. Eric Yoga says, good morning, tuned in Team Spice. Aworo Yawa. What is it? I'm practicing to exercise my democratic right come August next year without any emotion. This earth is hard. Kisumu is cold. Eric, Kisumu is not cold.
Kisumu.
It's not cold.
Terra diaba Kisumu. That song.
James says, if the journey to the first world prioritizes concrete structures before a value system reset, we are in for another episode of Ubinafsi, strangling Ubuntu to death as we cheer in the town square.
True.
G. Kenya says, good morning from Nairobi. I heard Okumu of Radio Maisha talking about how it's getting colder, bwana. It's not ending this cold. Okay. Sorry, Bas. Standing Gashi says, good morning, Team TSR. Have the lions been traced? Ama zimenda kama pesa ya education. Hey, there are lions missing, you guys. Jimmy Munuthi says, good morning. Better luck with your mics. Have a wonderful show. Yes, that's been sorted. Thanks, Joyline. Stephen Juma says, good morning, Spice. Listening from Muhoroni. A great day ahead to you as well. Don Salbo says, Nduh and Aseto, good morning. The mongrel lingering at IBC is at the Bomas. Eh? Why? Ask Aseto, why can't we do away with the Bomas?
When you're used to bad behavior, that's exactly what you'll do. So advice is a stranger. It's been given. They've chosen not to take it. That goes back to a proverb.
Yeah, it does. Leo says, good morning, Princess Nduh and Aseto. Now that the police chief has ordered for auction against goons, I beg your pardon. Auction would be fun. As in, can we auction a goon for like $1 billion kind of thing? Anyway,
the president who did that.
Yes, he did. Will we see heads rolling in new vigor in targeting its fake financier? Perhaps.
Can we go back to 2022 until now and let's see those heads roll?
I just wish that it wouldn't appear as though things that are being done for political gain, and that there's actually the incentive or the desire to do it. That would be my wish. And if that was the case, then I would say absolutely fantastic.
Because you see, the reason why I'm actually even having a problem with what the police chief is doing right now is because it's an independent institution. If it has to take the president to tell you, then you have no business being in that office. You are an independent institution. You have the power to think on your own.
Clearly, you don't. You may have the power, but you're clearly not thinking on your own. Right? Linda, otherwise, I swear that when I first came to this country, I was like, otherwise what?
Kofit.
Okay. Linda, good morning. Paulo Laka says, good morning. Kabisa took on with our favorite people here. Gee, you're laughing at Linda. Okay. D Combo says, Aseto, amechop omena ya Turkana paka Mike zina jam. You see the problems with omena? Unaona sasa?
Omena was just chilling.
Let me say it in pidgin. You don't chop omena, sote Mike not agree come on.
Let me tell you.
Mike not agree on because you don't chop omena. Certain Mike don't off.
Let me tell you, omena is one of the best sources of protein because it comes with omega-3 in it. So, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is very good. Prince Calvin says, good morning, SpiceFM family. Even if the government brings in Charles Owino on board as the spokesman, they will never get back to Kenyans' trust. 2027 to Kokadi. All right, we see you. Rosie Kibunja. I love that name.
Yeah.
Princess Nduh and Aseto, first time to comment. Oh, wow. Okay. I guess I really love that name.
Yeah.
First time to comment. I'm just here preparing to get to the first world country that we are meant to be by 2063. Well, good morning to you.
Yeah.
Karibu Sana. Thank you for bringing your comments in this morning. And yes, a lot of people do await this.
Yeah.
Wanda says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto, tuned in from Toronto. Happy hump day indeed. I see the Aseto couture collection is diversifying into different styles and we are here for it. Absolutely. Unaona, we are waiting for you. Now we dey wait.
Now you do it.
Now we dey wait.
Okay.
Patrick Arum says good. Oh, Patricia Arum, I beg your pardon, says, good morning, sweethearts. Well, good morning to you. You guys give the day a fresh and vibrant start. Yay! 102.5 is tuned in, and that is Kisumu. Good morning to you. Gekota says, good morning, my good people. Princess Nduh Dennis, if he is on leave, it is the MB, Marion Barasa, and Kitty. Why not pay the school's capitation before a promise to pay college fees? I just realized 2027 is right around the corner. I know, 4 months to go. 7 plus 5 months to go. 5 months to go in the year.
You know why college fees? So they have ID, they can vote.
Bas, sasa unaona. That's the only reason why we'll allow you to eat omena, because now it applies to brain function. Yo, Omega 3, 6, 9 you were talking about. You see now?
Yeah,
that's
ID,
the only reason. Unaona sasa.
Yeah. Like in grade 10 textbooks. No. Exactly. Yeah.
Rascador, you said good morning. Good morning to you. Madam Nduh and Mr. Aseto, you guys need to invite H.E. Sifuna as soon as he's a little bit busy in West. The guy is getting sharper by the day. Aki Mungu tulinde our future Traore. Okay. Meanwhile, the much-hyped teachers' pay rise is a big joke, all factors considered, to Kokadi. Yeah, the teachers have been given 8 billion shillings, but we'll read today as to why they're not very happy with that. Sawa. Nernst Krika says, good morning, team. Aseto Buana. Where did you get that half-jacket sweater? It's hot. Kindly plug me.
Okay.
You
should start this Aseto couture.
You should. Nduh, that green top is clean. Looking good. Happy Wednesday. Let's win it. Kabisa. Let's go for it. It's a dress. Anyway, Somali Pirates tuned in, locked from County 019. We said which one is 019 again? It sounds like Njeri.
Njeri.
And Njeri. Am I correct? I think I am.
I just tell you.
I think I am, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong. It's Kenny says, good morning, Team Spice. It's Kenny tuning in from Kiambu. The mornings are cold, man.
It's Njeri.
I told ya. But I pray that God keeps all of you warm today and days to come. Amen.
Amen.
Mwalimu Hamisi says, good morning to you. Nixon Hamisi here, tuned in from Machakos. Good morning. Karibu. Bwangi Juma is also tuned in and says, the Untruthful has started streaming after a short break. I don't know. Okay. David Mangera is tuned in. And Aseto tuned in. Kabisa, good morning. Cliff Sunday is tuned in. Team Spices is wishing you all a great day. No headroom for government failure today. All Kenyans needs is a result, not narratives. How about today? Today, everybody just clicks. Locks in. Clicks, locks, clicks, locks, clocks. All in. Today.
Clock and click in, yeah.
Today. Bas. Just for today. Well, let's not even think about tomorrow.
Yeah. Today.
Or 6 months' time.
Leo.
Today. Greetings from Paddington in the UK, says Ambassador Besha. And Pace Timer says, good morning. Makwini County just bought so many bicycles for health promoters after the citizens lamenting so much. They say it's not actually the Ministry of Health. Okay, many thoughts there. But in terms of being able to move as community health promoters, perhaps that's a good thing. Okay, we see you, Nat Mags. Take it easy. Ken Talks is tuning in this morning. Is it true that Gava will pay university fees? Yes. Linda Gola, we see you laughing. We love to see you laugh, my dear. And Jennifer Ateni says, good morning, my beautiful people and Spice family. It rained and I overslept. Have a lovely day. That oversleeping from rain, inaweza kuwa tamu saa zingine.
Yeah.
G. Kenyan says it's about high time. It's high time that Kenya stop entertaining Ruto's insults to our intelligence. Oh, yeah. Keith Frank Tanui says, good morning, Spices. And everybody, good morning. It's that season that promises and promises ending into lies and lies. This time, nowhere to hide. Kenyans are watching. Kenyans be woke, essentially, is what we are being told this morning. All right. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni sana. Thank you for joining us in the room today as we get into the conversation in the Situation Room. Dennis Aseto, Nduh, Okoh with you today. Let's take a look at what's happening with weather, yes, and traffic, and then we'll be back to look at what's going on in the headlines.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, 13 degrees and mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see a high of 24. It's 15 and cloudy into Nakuru, while at 14, Njeri is cloudy. It's 19 and mostly clear in Kisumu, and we're looking at clear conditions at 16 in Kakamega. 13 and clear looking into Eldoret, while at 22, it's mostly cloudy in Mombasa. 24 is sunny in Malindi. 19 and sunny into Marsabit. And we're looking out into Kampala, where it's 18 and cloudy, and Dar es Salaam is partly sunny at 21. 9 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, while Lagos is partly cloudy at 26. It's 16 and cloudy into London, and Beijing is cloudy at 25. Cloudy conditions in New York Tuesday night at 23.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on with traffic this morning, and a little bit of that building up as you get into the city today. Thank you for being rather behaving on the roads so far. There is some traffic on the Thika Superhighway, and it's coming in fast and hot through towards the CBD this morning. And we also have some of that likely to build up on North Airport Road as you come then towards Cabanas. Also want to watch as you get into the city via Waiaki Way. Not much happening here, but James Gishiro is having a little bit of traffic as you get over the drift. Apart from that, well, nothing much. Most of your roads are free and clear, at least for now. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hour, and we'll keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Hii Julai, toa baridi na bei chini, burudani juu kwenye Star Times. Usikose sura ya pili, simulizi ya ziada. Mwanamke aliyetelekezwa na mumewe Sam na kujikuta akikabiliwa na maamuzi magumu. Je, atabaki na kupigania ndoa yake au ataondoka na kuanza ukurasa mpya wa maisha? Jiunge na waigizaji Anita Wawuda, Gibson Hausa, Michael Saruni, Ivy Wanjiku na Jovial kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa saa 2 kamili kwenye Rainbow TV. Pata aerial decoder kwa shilingi 1399 tu na dish decoder kwa shilingi 2499 pekee. Jiunge leo katika maduka yetu kote nchini Kenya. Bonyeza *858# kurenew subscription yako na kuenjoy offer ya kupata upgrade to the next high bouquet valid till 31st July. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Life Hack on SpiceFM, brought to you by Gentle Care Baby Pants for the unstoppable baby and for the mother who cares.
Gentle Care, wanna keep your baby dry and clean. Limit bath frequency. Your infant doesn't need much bathing if you wash the diaper area thoroughly during diaper changes. Bathing her more frequently may dry out her skin.
Life Hack on SpiceFM, proudly brought to you by Gentle Care Baby Pants. World-class premium comfort diapers that feature quick max absorption technology and zigzag channels that distribute wetness evenly, so there's absolutely no sagging. It's smart, it's premium, and it's affordable. Join the unstoppable journey today. Grab a pack of Gentle Care Baby Pants at your nearest supermarket. Gentle Care Baby Pants for the unstoppable baby and for the mother who cares. Every day behind the scenes, Kenya Pipeline Company PLC keeps Kenya moving. Now operating as a public listed company, KPC PLC is built to support national development and energy security. From the Port of Mombasa to East Africa, KPC PLC powers transport, storage and distribution of all petroleum products. And through KPC Foundation, it continues to uplift communities across Kenya. KPC PLC, now a public listed company, fueling progress for Kenya.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, it's 20 minutes to 7 o'clock and we're taking a look into the headlines this morning. All right, on Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Today's that day.
That day.
When the lawyers and the judiciary are going mano el mano. But in this mano, the lawyers have said mano will be away from the court.
Yeah.
Boycott is what's on the front of the Standard this morning. And I'm going to look into the story that's on the upper part of the Standard in just a minute. Julius Caesar divorced his wife, Pompeia, not because her adultery had been proved, but because even the slightest suspicion was intolerable. Caesar's wife must be above suspicion, or as we all have heard, Caesar's wife must be beyond reproach. Now, that has since become the benchmark for those entrusted with public office. Judges are no exception. The authority rests not only on the law, but on the confidence the public places in their integrity. This is why the battle over Chief Justice Martha Koome, 4 Supreme Court judges, and 6 other judicial officers has become so explosive. Accused by lawyers of using court orders to shield themselves from scrutiny, the judges have chosen to fight for their positions in court. In doing so, they risk appearing no different from common charlatans and chicken thieves, clutching at every legal lifeline to avoid accountability, thereby eroding the public confidence on which the judiciary ultimately depends.
You know.
So today is a boycott, and they've decided that in a lot of courts they will not be there except for those pressing where people, and the pressing means that you just come and say an extension is required. But there are some courts which they have said it is indefinite boycott.
Yeah.
Sawa.
I have a question.
Ask.
If you are a judge, you've applied to be a judge, right? You've gone through the vetting process and you've been appointed. When you're swearing in to each and every single facet that then governs that body, including the JSC, which then looks at the disciplinary mechanisms for judicial officers. So with that, then everybody from the highest court to which one would say the least court in the country must be disciplined by this body called JSC. So when you see that there are others who signed up for it for terms and conditions but say, no, we don't want to appear before JSC, what exactly are we saying?
You're saying that we're above the law and that there's special provisions that we will keep for ourselves because we can. That's exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, because I would also, whilst everyone has the right to defend themselves in court, right? I also ask, where JSC then looks after all the other judges, how is it that then a court can rule against a body that oversees their behavior and operations?
But the difference is here that what you've done is that you've gone to court to preclude them from even getting you to the place where they can ask you certain questions. And it stinks to high heaven if you ask me. Because basically what you're saying is that I can do anything, but then I can go to court and say, so I don't want you to question me, so I'm going to put what's an injunction so that you can't come and ask me questions. It stinks. And that shouldn't be the case, because then it allows you to do whatever you want. And that the Chief Justice herself is named in one of these cases. Not just named, but she actually did. She went and she had something put in place to ensure that she cannot be asked questions. Okay.
Yet terms and conditions apply that you have to appear before JSC.
If there's a story that is going to prove to you that the wheels of justice grind slow but sure, it is the current ongoing case of the murder of Albert Ojwang. The CCTV footage that is being presented in court is what you will call damning evidence. That we were told this young man killed himself, ran himself into the wall, and that this blood splatter that was on the wall was clear that it would not have been brought about by self-inflicted injuries. He didn't kill himself. And the evidence has not concluded in terms of being shown. But that CCTV footage, that I wonder, when you clean up your tracks, come on, this is like, it's thuggery 101.
The good thing is you're assuming that these people know how to clean their tracks.
That's the problem. I mean, it just seems as though it's the first thing you do, genius.
Yeah.
But clearly that didn't happen, because everything that occurred, people's faces, can you call the car that was outside the door, how they carried people inside, all of that was shown.
Yeah.
So, Albert Ojwang walked into Nairobi Central Police Station alive, but hours later left lifeless.
Yeah.
Now, chilling CCTV footage presented in court reconstructs his final hours minute by minute. And the DPP was taking no prisoners. He said, no, we will stay here. We'll show you piece by piece. The evidence alone, which I don't know anybody was denying that it should be shown in court, is pretty damning. And that case, of course, continues.
I ask,
please.
Who's prosecuting this matter?
The DPP. It's a state matter. It's a state prosecuting, and there are certain individuals who are up, of course, in the docks.
What's the contribution of IPOA in this matter?
IPOA is the one who insisted in the beginning, after much cajoling and rigmarole, to essentially say there are CCTV cameras in all police stations in the country. Bring them. See, they're the ones who said that it was tampered with. So IPOA is the one now, who insisted that those be brought.
That means when you keep on saying that people can work,
if
they want, is a reality.
Indeed it is.
Yeah.
We're looking at other pages real quickly. Tough talk, no action. President's order on political goons yield little. Even the president has said, come on, find these guys, and you're still here joking. If they wanted to, they would. End of story. Central bank seeks powers to enforce anti-money laundering laws. From whom? Parliament? Okay, that should be fun. Maize farmers seek subsidies after failed crop. As they should. Will they get them? Different story. Sorry, the money has now gone to universities. Lawyers boycott judges as fresh bid to remove comet deepens troubles. And excitement sweeps the Western region ahead of Sifuna tour. Some of those conversations that we will be having today, and they've charted out that path in terms of how they will be traveling, starting off going through Kakamega, Bungoma, and then Trans Nzoia, where they'll end up in Kitale. Blow by blow, the chilling last moments of Albert Ojwang. We're going to go into the story in just a little bit. Now, Kanja, Education PS, summoned over Gatoto school court orders. Do you know who the Education PS is? The guy who used to be the PS Tourism. That he is being asked to come and answer some questions is interesting. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja, Deputy Inspector General Eliud Langat, and Basic Education Principal Secretary John Ololtua have been asked to appear before the High Court to explain the alleged failure to implement court orders barring the government from interfering with the management of Gatoto Community Primary School. Sawa. There is a mausoleum of Raila at the Kango Jaramogi, and that has been unveiled. And President promises full university funding amid budget shortfalls. But they told us that the university funding model was foolproof, fantastic, the best thing since sliced bread. I guess not. Mbadi defends approval to import raw sugar, and schools have until Friday to update learners' data. You want to get on that real quick. The All-Kalau win revives Gachagua. Did you see the senators in their green in the Senate yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
Sold abroad, how Kenyan failed to its daughters enslaved in the Middle East. That story continues. From one Labour minister to the next, this thing has continued to plague people in terms of where you're going. In the opinion pages today, Faith Wekesa talks about one thing all Kenyans should learn from Mount Kenya voters. Get yourself a copy of the Standard newspaper. www.standardmedia.co.ke is how you can get the e-paper. Go.
Yep. Ahmed Abdullahi, good morning. So finally, we've read your comment this morning, so don't say that it has never been read. Good morning to you and Karibu Sana. Now, Daily Nation. Deadly trio. Police believe the gang of 3 could be behind more drink lacing cases. Another, that is Poison Love Gang on the run. So a screen grab of CCTV footage showing a woman who left a bar in Lavington in the company of Edgar Mukua on July 7th. Police believe that she and her 2 accomplices steal from unsuspecting patrons. Now, victim Edgar Mukua, a father of 2, spent time with in a bar with a woman police believed spiked his drink on July 7th. Mukua's body was found in Roysambu on July 8th. Hours after he sent 300,000 to the mystery woman now being sought by police. Samam Chell is a reality.
Where?
Yeah. So Ruto's U-turn on varsity funding model. Now, President Ruto has conceded to higher education funding model he introduced in 2022, which pegged state funding for students on a family financial background has not lived up to expectation. He has promised changes to the law for all university students to get full government funding. Hello? Was it said that it was not working?
Nini?
University, a high funding model.
Even before it was announced, they were being told, excuse me, this is not going to work.
Yeah.
But Kenya, through the president, has gone to different nations of the world and talked about the fact that there was this fantastic funding model, never been done by anybody in the world, mind you. Yes, this same one that they're now saying, okay, so, chukweni tu pesa.
So, question is, while the president is now conceding that it is not working, that the law has to be changed and everything in there have to be dealt with, what is his responsibility in launching something that has not worked for the people of Kenya? Where is return on investment, and what's his responsibility on implementing something that has failed, and all these other students that have gone through a difficult time, what's his response? Or we just move on as if nothing happened?
Yeah, we move on as if nothing happened, because that's what's going
we
to
don't move on. We don't move on. We refuse to. Now, why teachers are unhappy with 8 billion shillings pay increase? Tutors have accused their union leaders of accepting a raw deal from government after many of them found their long-awaited salary increment range from 693 shillings to slightly above 2,000 shillings. The revised pay structure took effect on July 1st. So pay happened.
Yep.
But it is between 700 bob and 2,000 shillings. And
that's what you're getting.
In current economy, I was. So dead man, 800,000 shillings, theft and drink spiking gang on the run in the city. So that's the story that has been expounded in pages 2. Now, police recover 44 cocaine pellets from passenger headed to Dubai. Yes, another 16 pellets of cocaine were recovered during raid on a home suspected to house drug couriers. So we intercepted him and took him to a place of isolation where we recovered all the pellets from his stomach. So that is according to Coast Regional Police Commander Ali Nuno. You can imagine if all those pellets just went kaboom in his stomach.
You die.
Exactly.
Without, I mean, quick, real quick. And he was an elderly man, 60, okay, not elderly, but he was aged. 67 years old. And as a mule, as a jug mule. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. You wouldn't suspect. You wouldn't expect.
At all.
Yeah. Now, goons now taking over evictions and auctions. So commercial property and financial disputes are increasingly spilling out of courtrooms and onto the streets with the growing involvement of armed gangs. We've seen again, whenever there are these issues of evictions, police with goons evicting people, even when there are court orders stopping the evictions. And hayo tu kwa saa. Story ya Gunza ikuanza jana, by the way, and it was not in the political space.
Exactly.
Yeah. We've fed it over time that now it's coming back home to bite. Now, President says lenient bond bail terms are emboldening criminals. Yeah, huyu anashikwa, anapelekwa ndani, anatolewa na bail ya 200, tunasema ni watoto wetu. That's what he said as he was speaking yesterday, just calling on tougher measures, especially when people are arrested. Teachers say reason salary raise too little. That is there on page 6. And parents concerned over delay in grade 9 senior school selection. Care to comment?
No, okay. I'm keeping my peace this morning.
Yeah, the person in focus is Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Migos Ogamba. And Ruto makes U-turn on university funding model. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. And uproar over Gachagwa's tourism boycott. So Kenya tourism brand should never become collateral damage in political disagreements. That's according to Kenya Tourism Federation chairperson Fred Deck, as well as the outgoing spokesperson who also had his communique yesterday, just calling out Gachagua on his statements. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Asante sana. Tunaenda kwa The Star.
The Star.
Big wigs jump to Sifuna camp as Western readies for homecoming. There's a homecoming this weekend.
There's a homecoming.
Yes.
I'm coming home.
I'm liking Barasa, Marion. I'm liking this your music. I heard some of it yesterday. I'm feeling like I could jive to it. I could, be practicing.
Which is that?
Some nice Bukusu tunes. Yes.
The one I was telling you the other day.
Hey, but that's what we're going to be hearing. And I looked at the trail through which this is all going to go. And the people of the area seem to be very ready to welcome Sifuna. And it seems as though this is when we'll be hearing an announcement. Let me tell you something. In all of this, may he be kept safe. That's my thing. Weta's brother, Tim Wangamati, Wamunyinyi, Bifoli, Wamunyinyi, Bifoli all decamped. So it wasn't just Wetangula's brother, Tim Wanyonyi, who moved. Wangamati, former governor, Wamunyinyi, Bifoli, is the one who told us at some point, Akaranga Atoshi, that's the guy.
It's before Okoh, yeah?
Yes. So they've all decamped and they said, it's like this is where we are going. We're all going. And apart from that, and everybody's saying that we're likely to see a little bit more. We're going to talk about that with Cleophas Malala at 8 o'clock today. Ruto announces full state funding for varsity and college students. I have a question. The budget was on this same question, on this same issue. Don't look at me like that. The budget was read in June.
Yep.
Right?
Last month.
Yes. This money that is going to be used to pay these funds. Was it budgeted for? Number one. If it wasn't, where is this money coming from?
Yeah.
And will it actually be the case? Who approved it?
Has it gone to Parliament?
Does it come through supplementary?
Yep.
Where is this money coming from? Because if you're not able to answer that question, then what you're doing is that you're leaving the door wide open for people to speculate and say that this is not an intent to sort out the education funding matter, but that what it is that it is a political carrot that is being used to woo the horse electorate.
I think let's even take it further. With President's announcement now that this funding will happen, it's based off a certain report. Why is he not making that report public for Kenyans to consume it, to say based off A, B, C, D?
My dear,
then
the president...
Don't talk about that working party. Those are just at a party. Working, no.
They went around the country, did they not? They produced a report. They printed, I don't know how many thousand reams of paper to tell us how blah, blah. They were experts. They came, they went, they sat in meetings in hotels. They traveled for retreats. They did things. Only for you 2 years later to come and tell us that the thing has fallen apart and that what you're going to do is you're going to take a bulk of money and throw it at universities. Oh, man, why didn't you do that before?
I tell you.
Why didn't you do that before? This party, you've paid them, they've gone around the country, they've eaten per diem, they've traveled, short of traveling on horseback to different places to tell you what the result was going to be. Then you come and tell us later that actually, you know what? Let's just fund everybody.
See, the party was partied. Working? Nope. Could we fix help? Could we have fixed help back then? What was needed to fix an already existing institution or an already existing funding model that had worked for a very long time? We'd agree that it had its own misses here and there, but many have argued that it was easier to fix the misses than come up with a new model that you've not even tested.
I said I want to keep my peace this morning. I said
no, mita kukoroga. But it's true.
Where?
Party didn't... the working party didn't work. It just partied.
It just partied.
Yeah. But what's the responsibility of the president on a presidential working party that he put in place?
Yeah.
And now there is clear indication that advice they gave failed.
Not advice that they gave.
The report.
The party. I beg. See, I'm unable to shout. The whole thing failed. That's what you're saying. And then people started doing least poor, most poor, least vulnerable. You start feeling things that people didn't understand. Least vulnerable, unable to. You subjected people to that nonsense. And then some of them didn't even get money to go to school. You subjected them to that drama. And then you come and do this at the end of the day. It's okay. It's good. In fact, I'm going to be positive party this morning. If you're actually going to make it work, it is very good. Because anything else that I say, I'll sound like an angry black woman.
When I mean make it work, but take responsibility. We're not taking this lying down, no.
Even standing up, we're not taking.
No.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. The murder trial of teacher and blogger Albert Ojwang continued at the Kibera High Court, where CCTV footage presented by the IPOA showed he was brought to Nairobi Central Police Station alive before being placed in a cell. IPOA investigator Joshua Mutua told the court the footage shows Ojwang arriving at the station at 9:23 p.m. on 7th June 2025. He was seen unconscious, speaking on the phone, and later escorted to a cell. The footage also shows him being carried out unconscious.
The relevant sense to her evidence only.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are the two people entering?
And entering which cell? Replay. You know, I'm doing both writing and watching. Replay. I see the two people entering from which cell?
You said this was the main entrance?
Yeah, that's the main entrance. Yes.
And this part here? That is the door to the searching area where the prisoners' belts and shoes are kept inside. There is a room there.
A prosecution witness identified Police Constable Peter Kimani as the officer guarding the cell that night, and the court heard that CCTV footage was deleted and the digital video recorder installed in an alleged attempt to destroy evidence, but recovered footage showed Kimani controlling access to the cell area. The witness also told the court he saw two unidentified men enter the cell area after Kimani opened the door, but said senior officers did not explain their presence.
So, did you see what next he did?
I did not see, but now the cameras were
bordering on prosecution now, bordering, cross the boundary, expunged from the record that bit from pale penye aliniambia niende nje, expunged. Niko tu pale pa, futa kila kitu, nimeachia hapo. Expunged, you are prosecuting.
Sorry?
Mr. Kishingo is looking at me. Yes, boundary crossed. Boundary crossed. I took the first answer. That one is okay.
In other news, Kenya Kwanza leaders have dismissed the opposition celebration of the All Kalau by-election victory, saying the contest was between the DCP and the Jubilee Party, not the ruling coalition. Speaking during an empowerment program in Mandera County, Health CS Aden Duale and National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula said Kenya Kwanza remains united and confident of victory in the 2027 general election.
All Kalau ilikuwa ni kiti ambayo ilishinda na marehemu kwa chama ya Jubilee. Alafu wewe unarukaruka kama umeshinda mtu, umeshinda Uhuru Kenyatta. Mkabila kama wewe, usitupigie kifua sisi kuanzia Western, Nyanza, Northeastern, Coast, hapa Eastern. Na hiyo mchezo Mheshimiwa Wetangula anajua, hiyo mchezo tulicheza 2007.
Sisi kama viongozi wa kule juu, tukiwa katika serikali, tunataka kuhakikisha wewe mkaaji wa Lafe unajivunia kuwa Mkenya kama mkaaji wa Nairobi au kwingine, kwa sababu sisi zote ni jamii moja.
More than 470 Kenyans repatriated from South Africa following.
Tuanze business wenye wanaenda nyumbani tuende. Paka mimi sahi leo sijaenda paka nyumbani. Tuanze business wenye wanaenda nyumbani tuende. Paka mimi sahi leo sijaenda paka nyumbani. Leo siondoki hapa. Afadhali serikali wanifunge nikwe ndani.
All the children who are born in South Africa do not have birth certificates. Very many others came from prison, Lindera, without IDs. We also have cases of some of deaths that happened. We want those bodies brought back.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself. But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is.
Well, first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, and a very good morning to you. We're getting into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Wednesday morning. And even as we do, bomba.
Yes, let me bomba you today. And remind you that Kenya Pipeline Company, now KPC PLC, because everybody, Kenyans have access to manage it. They own a piece of KPC. Kenya Pipeline is telling you that they are managing fuel products from the port of Mombasa to all the way to Uganda, bringing about integration. They are in charge of making sure that you get your fuel on time, in a secure manner, in a way that is predictable, so that the economy of the country can be able or continue to move forward. You think about what fuel products does to the country. You think about manufacturing. You think about the transport sector. You think about even homes being lit up, because there's some places in this country that depends on petroleum products for electricity to be generated. And that right there is the reason why KPC is important for this country and the region. But beyond that, they're equally investing in education, smart children in our communities and societies. KPC investing in them, taking them to school, graduate, come back into the very same economy and continue pushing it forward. So KPC is telling you they are here to ensure that we are able to keep on moving forward. There's a YouTuber whose line is that. But Kenya Pipeline Company, bomba letu, ukuaji wetu.
Kabisa. All right, so we're going to be joined by Roots Party leader, Professor George Wajakoya, and we're going to be looking into some of these things. Yesterday, before we do, I want to come back to these cases that we're seeing in court. Of course, we know or not in court, as the boycott happens today. But the George Ojwang case, Albert Ojwang case, which we know is in court at the moment, is a special report that is coming out, and it's being said. But can you imagine if none of that was uncovered? If the CCTV footage was not looked into? If nobody insisted that, well, let's see exactly what happened that day. If he had not been eating lunch with his father in Homa Bay the day before, for his parents to know that something had actually happened to him, what really would have become of this situation? Those are the questions. Those are the questions that ought to be answered by this court case. But he's here. And he is the party leader of Roots Party. Professor George Wajakoya joins us this morning. Good morning, Prof.
Morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Good morning and karibu sana. Thank you for being in the room today. We have a number of things to look into. The politics of the day are a big issue, because far be it from us to say that, well, leave politics over there. It affects everything that we do every day. So let's have a conversation this morning. But before we do, Dennis takes us to Madagascar.
Yes, Madagascar, also known as a vanilla country, because they are the largest producers and exporters of natural vanilla in the world. Also the fourth largest island in the world, and also their animals. 90% of the world animals can only be found in the country, including the ring-tailed lemur. The proverb that you get from Madagascar this morning: advice is a stranger. If he's welcomed, he stays for the night. If not, he leaves the same day. How would you interpret it?
One thing, and thank you very much for welcoming me again. I don't like guessing things that are not right. And that's why I've come up with this book, which I brought to sign for you as a matter of appreciation for what KTN has done for me, and especially with the likes of Gideon Moye. Thanking you guys. But guesswork, as a teacher, guessing stuff is very misleading, and I'm not guessing on that one. Yes, sir.
With some of your trade of Brit Leo. But
wow.
But it speaks to advice when it's given, and when people take advice and work on it, what that would do to their lives, either to change their lives if you take it, or you don't, repercussions thereafter. But asante sana.
Yeah, but on the same footnote, there's some advice that you don't have to take.
Yes,
it's very misleading. Especially the conservative mindset that has been archaic. Is how could I categorize it? The Belize mindset, a mindset that has been indoctrinated into a doctrine for centuries, is very misleading. And that's why you see poverty in some of our societies. You find people have been believing in the same mindset, lived in that mindset, have been going the same direction. And for the last, like my grandmother used to go to a particular church for all those years with the rosaries, praying in the morning, in the evening, eating, and it is like a pan of psychophancy. You can't get out of that pan, and in that case, we need some kind of liberalization of the mindset.
See, that right there is the interpretation.
There it is. And you thought that you couldn't.
You couldn't.
But you actually can.
You actually did.
Well, let's look at political strongholds this morning, because that seems to be the chatter about at the moment. That is Kenya still, and should it still be operating with political strongholds which take a tribal, and in this case it's not necessarily a negative thing, which take a tribal connotation. Right now, we're talking about political strongholds having come off of the Olkalaukan by-election, and people are talking about a mountain that must be united towards a particular goal. We're going into this weekend where, again, looking into Western Kenya, the Mulembe Nation is being asked to come together and stand behind Edwin Sifuna. We're looking at a number of people who've defected to the Linda Mwananchi group. Long-time ODM member Tim Wanyoni, long-time Western's member of Parliament, goes. Wangamati moves. Wamunyinyi moves. Bifwoli moves. George Wajakoya stood on a podium last weekend and said it was necessary for everybody to come together. Are there needs for strongholds?
I don't think so.
No?
That's what I just spoke about, legitimization of illegalities in terms of the conservatives. We are going back to where we came from, and that is not going to add value, whereas the world is progressing. If you look at Europe, you look at Britain, they are moved away from the conservative strongholds, if you may use that word, where the English, the Scottish, and the Irish have abandoned those kind of sphere holes, have moved into liberalization to actually absorb the younger generation. We have an explosive industry today of the younger mindsets that do not even say or even go or even speak or even identify their originalities, especially kids born in Nairobi today, the last 30 years, do not speak Luya. They speak Sheng. They are Nairobians. There is a cluster of young generation that we have to look into. If we are going back to those tribal cocoons, then the preamble is very simple. Let the Luyas go to the preamble of the Constitution and then agitate for their own country so that they can speak Luya and have Luya fiefdoms there. If the Kikuyus want to do the same under Gachagua, they can go and cut off the mountain and stay. But where will the young generation go, the Wajakoyas that we have today? So I'm really against that kind of ideological reprogrammation of the mindset, and that's why we have to produce a true Kenyan identity pegged on the younger technological identity. We want to move into industrial revolution, technical revolution. We do not want to go into cohorts of tribalism. So that I am a Luya from Mumias. So you want me now to go to Western Kenya to say, sasa sisi wa Luya, lazima tukae hivi. Come on, I'm not part of it, will not be, has not been, I don't even intend to.
Is there a mistake though? Because even the Constitution itself then recognizes our different ethnic diversities that then makes Kenya what it is today. And there is also a saying that mtu ni watu na mtu anatoka mahali. You know, there's somewhere where everybody comes from. And that support in one way or the other usually starts from the people that know you. And with that, it has been used as saying my stronghold are my people that I associate with. Mimi ni Mwanga, so the Wangas are my people who then support me. How do we change that narrative and say that as you go forth and seek for these political offices, there needs to be a realization that you are getting there to serve Kenyans? Because even a member of parliament from the Wanga kingdom will get to parliament to serve the people of Kenya and represent, including the Wangas and everybody else in that, say, constituency.
Looking at that particular point from the international standstill, and that's why I'm staring at this book without any kind of prejudice or bias, which has taken me 6.5 years. And I will sign this for you. I will sign for you another one. This in itself answers that question. Legality in illegalities. A doctorate that took me 6.5 years looking at habits and behaviors of people in the American nation and the rights of certain ethnic minorities versus the majority. I think that's what we should be looking at. As opposed to my tribe, my agenda, my people kind of philosophy. You'll find out that the dichotomy does not add value at all. We have moved on. If you look at Microsoft and the technology that has been introduced in terms of developmental mindset, the AL kind of culture today, and then we are now bringing in this rhythm of my people. When the Constitution's preamble says, we the people, then you are becoming the enemy of the Constitution, because we need to uphold that togetherness that came in as a result of us coming as a team, deciding to do stuff for the whole nation. Now, if we are going to go back to pre-colonial days by saying that the colonialists in this country killed Kenyans, then who has the right of who has legitimacy to stay in Kenya? Are those the people who fought for independence, lost their blood, shed their blood, and made us to be independent? Don't they have legitimate rights to say that, okay, as we fought to eliminate them, therefore we have more platitude than those who did not fight? So hii mambo ya kusema ya kwamba sisi wa Kalenjini tulikuwa tunateswa na Wakikuyu, sisi wa Luya tunateswa na Wajaluo, and that's the paradox that has the paradigm that is shifting towards the old Octagorian politicians, those who have been there in politics and what have you for survival. Tactics. I don't think whether the Wajakoyas of today want to be involved. Education has really pruned us to think differently. Technology has asserted its principle to make us look at the economic emancipation independently, into independent entrepreneurship. And therefore, we should be talking of developmental values, not archaic, historical, tribalistic kind of aptitudes.
But the thing is about whether you go back in history or whether you're living in present day, is that people like what they know. People like what they know. And people are grounded usually in where they come from. That whether somebody is young or old, the Kenyan reality is that the very first port of call is where somebody is from. Now, can we say that people now coalescing around an idea of someone that they identify with is an archaic way of thought?
Especially if it's misleading, outrageous, and monopolistic kind of mindset where you're saying, we the people of the Mulima. That alone is treasonable. There's nothing wrong with identifying yourself with your traditional concepts. But you cannot come up and divide and say, sasa hii serikali, sisi tutakula hii na nyinyi mtakula hii. What about the Mijikendas and the Pokomos of this country? The Kisis, wherever they come from. The minority lawyers, wherever we are. That is a wrong trajectory. And that's why I emulate the late Mwalimu Julius Nyerere when he came up with Ujamaa and unified Tanzania, Tanganyika into ujamaa wa Tanzania, ili mambo ya lugha ya Tanzania, lugha ya Kiswahili was used. The language was used as a medium of operation to weed out trajectories of tribalism. And that's why in Tanzania, huwezi kumjua huyu jamaa ni Mdodoma ama anatoka wapi. Mtanzania anasema mimi ni Mtanzania na sisi tunatoka Tanzania. Lakini Mkenya atakuuliza kwanza wewe unatoka wapi? Wewe ni Mkikuyu? Mkikuyu wa wapi? Wanyeri. Come on. For God's sake. Let me come up with the younger generation and the way they are following me. And maybe we can come up with some solution to this country. Because when Uhuru Kenyatta was the president, he warned Kenyans about a population explosion of the younger people with the poor planning, poor educational planning, unemployment. This is where we should be focused on. What are we going to do to tame the younger generation and create them into an industrial machinery, rather than now talking about tribalism and you are evading the problem that you're having in this country. Population explosion into the youth. What are we going to do?
What will it take for the current crop of leadership, or rather the political class that we have today, where they resort to their ethnic backgrounds to propel them into national discourse? What will it take for Kenyans to also start looking at a leader not as my leader because they are my tribe, but that there's a leader out there to serve the 55 million Kenyans? What must we do differently?
The thing is, and I'm sorry to use these words, and I'll stand by them. If you look at West African countries, because of anti-colonialism stance and whatever governments came up, the military came in and disorganized some of those countries for years, and people learned the hard way, especially in Nigeria and Ghana, where Rawlings stood up one day and said, enough of this is enough. He lined up some of those former presidents and eliminated them, and that's why you see Ghana being what it is, even though that's the wrong trajectory for me to take. Kenya has not experienced any kind of nationalistic call like we have in Burkina Faso, where people have been told, look, lay down your tools, lay down your mindset, let us go this way. Sometimes force is good, and benevolent dictatorship is good. That's why we need an iron fist president who can come in, a leader who can come in and put those things aside. Because now they have started this trajectory in education. You saw what happened in Moi University, where some political leaders came and said, Moi University is for the Kalenjins. If you are a non-Kalenjin, you cannot lead this institution. And that's why the university collapsed. So, as you correctly said, the mindset we have today needs to be reversed. And we are asking the clergy, especially modern liberal clergy mindset, not the octagonal, conservative, winged mindsets, to come up and talk to the population. The clergy is failing us. They're now putting up pulpits for political indoctrination. You'll find people now running to the church to politicize the churches. And that's where we are saying no. The church should come up in the forefront and also help with the like-minded people to find out, to engineer a society that will be beyond ethnic mindsets. But you'll find that some of the clergy people, religious leaders, are so much intertwined into tribalism. Kama sio wetu, hatutaki mambo kama hii. That's where the rain starts falling. Clergy has failed us. They talk of morality, but they preach what? Religious leaders, including Muslims, they should come up and say, now, where do we go from today? What went wrong? Do we change the doctrines of clergyism? I don't want to go into religion, because when you mention religion, you'll find out what happened between the Protestants and the Catholics in the UK.
Is there something wrong with the people who are of like mind, based on where they come from and who they identify with, coming together to join other people around an idea? Is there anything wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that, especially when you look at the situation in the country today, where people have now said, you know what, if this is what's going on, where one tribe or where the leaders are predominantly engaging their tribes into battlegrounds, in terms of economic battlegrounds, we have to bring our people, give them jobs, so that we create some kind of audacity, of identity. An example being very simple, the police in Nairobi. We have 63 police stations, right? If I'm not wrong. Go to the OCS, officer commanding the majority of those police stations. The majority are from a particular tribe. So people look at that and say, hey, wait a minute. How comes that Kenyans are not being balanced in terms of this? I will maybe go back to my tribe and get some kind of refuge. But is that the way forward?
I mean, you know, when you look at where we find ourselves as a country, so if you are from this community and you believe in certain beliefs within that community, when you go back and speak to them, you speak to their hearts. And that is the premise upon which you find many begin from the part where my people understand me and I understand them better. Now, if they do support me and propel me to the national discourse, I'm equally able to speak on that national platform to be able to champion for their rights, champion for things that go to them, together with others who come from different communities to form these National Assembly that represents Kenya, that gives Kenya an opportunity to move forward. One asks the question, what is wrong with that? And if there is nothing wrong with that, how do we change the conversation not to be from negative ethnicity to be we embrace different ethnicities for this country to move forward, because we equally can't run away from where it is we come from?
First of all, we should redeem ourselves from such fossil ideas. Those ideas, ideological mindsets, are fossil. They believe that they're entitled. They believe that they are pure, they are messiahs. They are drawing what we call fiefdoms, if not... I'll give an example of what happened in Nigeria, especially during Ojuku's time. When Ojuku came, Emeka Ojuku, I'm very close to the family. The wife is a senator in Nigeria, and I've had a lot of discussions with the Ojuku family wanting to find out what happened. Yes, you'll find out that the Igbos came to say that they were being marginalized in their own country, especially when the oil was being actually directed to the north, and the machineries and the oil industry was being taken away from them. That they were justified in a way because of economic reasoning. But us, where is our justification? What justifies me to go back to Luyaland, Mumias, Kakamega, Wanga, and tell the people of Wanga that we have been marginalized enough, Mumias Sugar died, Pan Paper died, so we rally behind me so that tunaenda kukaa kwa table. The kaa kwa table kind of politics or mindset.
Or maybe not to go sit at the table, but to actually take up a position of leadership. What's wrong with that? And maybe it's not coming from a place of being marginalized, but people are saying that you can actually have a significant voice in coming together and actually seeing some kind of change in the country.
Yeah, but to some extent, I will agree with you. But to some extent, I will differ with you. Pegged on what the current government is doing today, you are only given a ministerial post or a senior post pegged on your loyalty. And if you're going to become a sycophant of saying Ruto, 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 yes, that one, those who want can be. I personally refused to be entangled in that when I was offered this and that. I refused on principle that I was not now going to be used to manipulate my people. And that's exactly what's happening in Kakamega today, in Western Kenya today, where you'll find a leader, an elected leader standing up today and saying, well, we as now, we must vote in the same basket so that we go on the table. Just say, me, I'm asking you to come into this basket so that I can go and sit on that table for my own personal vendetta, for my own personal aggrandizement, for my own personal enrichment, for my own personal corruption. That is wrong. But if you stand and say, for example, now I will say, I'm given a ministerial appointment. I'll tell the president, but what about the Mijikendas? What about the Somalis? What about this other tribe that has not seen this before? Why can't you give it to them? So that we can actually have a unifying kind of discussion.
But Professor, if you look at even the United States that you quoted a little bit earlier, you look at even during the electioneering period, and there is always those blocks. There is the white vote, there is the black, the Hispanics, you know, and all those blocks as well tend to also move in that light, where you'd find many would say if the black vote gives say candidate X their vote, there is a high possibility of winning the election. It is not different from what Kenyans are doing today. So it is the Luya nation who believe in their culture, believe in their history, come together to say, these are our ideas, these are our agenda and our concerns. And we want to move together so that we have an upper hand in that house to fight for what it is we want. Is there anything wrong with that?
Well, there is nothing wrong if we have proper devolution, where you have regional governments, where people can agitate on their tribal stuff, like we have that is going on in India, where you have the upper house and the lower house, and at the same time also we have regional governments with regional ministers, where people actually feel proper representation, tribal representation, ethnicity, and what have you. That works well there. But you cannot also look into, if you look into the United States, we look into a different diaspora, where the rule of law prevails, and everything is tailored towards the Constitution of the United States, which has been amended 14 times. If you look at the preamble and the first convention, first article of the United States Constitution, it says, and it lays down the formulas of engagement. But here, that is not there. There is no parameter in observation of the rule of law. You'll find out people ganging up or being ganged up, like what is happening in Kisumu. Kisumu was the most peaceful city in Kenyatta 1 administration, in Moi administration, Kibaki administration, and Kenyatta 2 administration. What is now happening in Kisumu today? It's become a gangfare city, where political legitimacy is tailored towards Gunism. A person, when you go to Kisumu now to address the people of Kisumu, you must actually profess particular slogan. 1 term, 2 term. Where is that coming from? So if we look at Kisumu, which was one of the most peaceful cities in the country, turning into a criminal gang-oriented, whereby any political rallies or anybody who wants to manifest his political ideas must go through certain transitions which are illegal. You cannot compare that with the United States, which is pegged on the rule of law.
All right, let's take a break at this point. We're talking with Roots Party leader, Professor George Wajakoya, and we're looking at whether strongholds have any place in Kenya's politics. It would appear as though people are all going in a particular direction this weekend. So maybe strongholds are still the thing that people are holding on to strongly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so we're getting into traffic hour this morning. It is starting to look a little bit busier, coming off of North Airport Road, heading out towards Embakasi in one direction, or then through towards Outer Ring on the other. Actually very busy coming through that Embakasi stretch out towards Cabanas. And then as we look at the Thika Superhighway, there's traffic coming in from well past the Outer Ring Junction out towards Survey, and some of that traffic coming in from Kiambu Road. There's some also as you then come in from Gigiri, United Nations Avenue, Limuru Road, then trying to find its way into the city. So that's busy as well this morning. Ngong Road is also busy. All right, so we're trying to keep things moving this morning. We're just getting into traffic hour. Let's see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't get too sticky this morning, but if it does, shout out SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Life hack on Spice FM, brought to you by Gentle Care Baby Pants for the unstoppable baby and for the mother who cares.
Gentle Care, wanna keep your baby dry and clean. Research demonstrates that developmentally appropriate play with parents and peers is a singular opportunity to promote the social, emotional, cognitive, language, and self-regulation skills that build executive function and a pro-social brain. The more time children spend in unstructured quiet play in the toddler and preschool years, the better their self-regulation abilities at ages 4 to 5 and 6 to 7 years.
Life hack on Spice FM, proudly brought to you by Gentle Care Baby Pants, world-class premium comfort diapers that feature quick max absorption technology and zigzag channels that distribute wetness evenly, so there's absolutely no sagging. It's smart, it's premium, and it's affordable. Join the unstoppable journey today. Grab a pack of Gentle Care Baby Pants at your nearest supermarket. Gentle Care Baby Pants for the unstoppable baby and for the mother who cares.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue our conversation this morning, and we're talking about strongholds in Kenya's political space. Roots Party leader Professor George Wajakoya is with us this morning. That whereby you may be saying, Prof, that this is an archaic, traditional, directionless way of doing things, it seems to be a tool that is being used by very many a politician, and that is welcomed by very many a Kenyan. Let's look at what's happening going west, from where it seems as though you also would have endorsed a gentleman, and you said, let's throw our weight behind Edwin Sifuna, for example. And that, like I said, people like what they know. Something foreign is usually rejected before it is accepted. So wouldn't it make sense if people said the end goal, for example, as they're saying, is change? This person seems to be the one who will deliver that. And we know, we like what we know. This person is like me. So I want to bring other people of like mind, because we like what we know, together to support this agenda which will push them forward. I'm not even talking about if Professor George Wajakoya is made CS information and then who benefits. The people of Mumias don't benefit if you become a CS. You do. Maybe you have emoluments. Maybe you have a salary. But the people don't benefit because there's now somebody from Mumias in the cabinet who's going to do something for them. It's tried and tested. We see that very well. People who talk about the fact that now there's an airstrip in Bungoma because somebody is a CS in cooperatives, it doesn't make sense. But here we are saying that if people are looking for change and they feel like they need to coalesce around an idea, the first part of call is who they identify with. If it happens to be tribe, well and good. If it happens to be economic status, well and good. But there is an idea that brings about uniformity. And I'm still looking for what would be wrong with that.
You have summarized it in a very realistic and sensible manner, and pinpointed at what is actually standing today in the country. Kenyans are very good when it comes to the wind of change. We had the Natembea issue, where every lawyer was singing Natembea. Yes, Natembea is my friend. I even represented him in court the other day when he had issues. And when he came up with an agenda of the lawyers have been marginalized, lawyers are watchmen, lawyers are cooks. I did not agree with that at all. Because if you are saying or projecting a particular tribe to forge your political discussion or to achieve what you want, then that in itself would have sounded better if it was within the regional government. Not in Trans Nzoia, where Natembea is both the governor, and if you look at Trans Nzoia as it is, it's in Rift Valley, and the majority of people in Trans Nzoia are both Luyas and the Kalenjins. You are advocating for one part of society as opposed to the other part of society. That was a political calculation that did not work very well. It didn't last very long. And now you never hear of Tawi movement. It's actually diminishing. He also never called the Luya-minded leaders like myself to sit down with us so that he could tell us exactly what he was trying to agitate, so that we could have a collective consensus approach. Now, if you look at Edwin Sifuna is a younger brother to me. I love him. We are great friends. We have had the issues of ODM, how he was treated, maltreated, and what is actually galvanizing around Edwin Sifuna is the sympathy, of which I also support him in one way or the other, coming out of tribal chauvinism. But what people are now looking at, and they might be right or wrong, I'm not here to judge anybody, is that let's not take wind that we do not know where it is blowing. Yes, we are seeing rallies in the country. I support rallies. That's within the constitutional framework of this country for people to assemble, for people to move. But let us look at how they are going now to put together issues. Because my problem is I have not seen a single issue that we both can come in and support the issues and speak from the same wavelength. What I'm seeing everywhere, both from the Sifuna group, Sifuna is my friend, I might be attending his homecoming if at all I will have time this weekend to express my sincere togetherness with him. What I am not seeing is what are the issues that are affecting this nation and what are the solutions. Unless we reach that particular point, waves come, waves go. Tribalism has become precedent in those waves. But let us pray that real change will come from the likes of Sifuna and myself if we sit together and chart the way forward as a team.
I mean, if you talk about issues, if you've followed on what the Linda Mwananchi movement has been pushing is the rule of law, end of corruption, and justice to Kenyans. That is one of the issues that is out there, and they have been pushing for pretty much the birth of Linda Mwananchi. And that is something that has not only resonated with like-minded leaders, but has resonated with Kenyans wherever that movement has gone to. So when we talk about issues, that right there is one of them. But how then should
these leaders catapult that information across the country for it to make sense to leaders from other ethnic communities as well?
Yes, that's a good observation. The thing is, what they are saying is not new. It has been said before. I ran for president in the last election, and I had my manifesto, and part of what I was standing for was corruption and giving the solution. I'm saying that if I take over, or we take over in the next government, we are going to sit down with the Kenyans and come up with solutions. And one of the solutions I have said that all those who have been found, who will be found guilty of corruption should be hanged or shot, not imprisoned, because that would be a waste of taxpayers' money. Now, I've not seen them come up with a solution. I've seen them say what we have said, which everybody knows. But I'm yet to hear what Gachagua and Sifuna will do when they take over the government. What are the solutions? That's what we are looking into. Are we just going to be a populist movement to move to galvanize people who have been suffering because of economic hard times, and then telling them this is the direction? Yes, it's good to go towards that, but what are the practical solutions? I spoke about hemp, and I was condemned even by the churches. I've never smoked myself. And I said, the day I win, probably I will smoke weed to justify what I was saying. If you look at me, probably when you look at the way I'm wearing my stuff, people will think I'm a madman. So it be. Even Socrates was once looked into as a mad person. But if you have hemp, and which is a reality, where civilized nations, including the Vatican itself, where the Pope lives, the clothes the Pope puts on today, the garments of the church, are all made from hemp. Yet we see that when I came up with that as a solution for economic disparities in this country and to pay off our debts and create employment, I was condemned. And that's why probably, before I come back to your question, that's why probably you see people not wanting to associate with me, because I'm the evil of the unknown. Yet I'm just trying to suggest what other countries have emulated. So we are yet to see practical solutions in education. What are we going to do when we take over? My proposal, and I'm talking about what you asked me, is that schools, like what you have in Finland, children should go to school for 4 hours a day, Monday to Thursday, so that they can be given room to improvise on what is required for them to grow, both morally, mentally, and physically, in terms of their welfareness. We are saying when we take over, kids will go to school for 4 hours a day between Monday, Thursday. That's a solution in terms of education. We are also saying that we shall introduce technical education geared towards independent entrepreneurship, just like what India and China have done. You'll never hear of population explosion in India or China because of their technical education, which has led to independent entrepreneurship. So we got to change that policy. That's an issue that you have to look into. We are also saying that Kenya has 7 climates. You can move from one climate to another climate within 30 minutes. What are we going to do since we are geopolitically favored by God in terms of economic futuristic economic sustainability? We are saying we are looking into that. We are also saying, why can't we move Nairobi city to Isiolo so that we can have proper planned city, so that we can leave Nairobi as a financial city? If those issues are here, and Sifuna is talking about them, Gachagua is talking about them, I have no problem with them. But if it's issues of populism and popular desires to bring change, then let us first of all talk on issues that will propel Kenyans to say, hey, hii change tukipata kumbe tutaenda huko. But if you say that you're going to vote for some people who are going to clone their regions into tribal warlordship, then I'm not part of those group.
I think issues are coming out, though, Prof. I think some issues are coming out. I mean, I've heard time without number Edwin Sifuna talk about the fact that a government that doesn't protect its people, there's a problem. That first of all, we're going to deal with not killing young people, making sure that they're not disappeared forcibly, making sure that there's actually something in the hands and stomachs of Kenyans. Those are issues. Those are economic issues. Those are constitutional issues. Those are security issues that are being raised. Corruption is something that has come up quite soundly. So who's the person then who's talking about the issues? You seem to say that nobody is.
I'm not saying...
Or what are the alternatives?
I'm saying those issues that you mentioned before have always been the paramount issues that we have spoken about.
Okay.
But the problem we have is the Ruto government. Yep. The Ruto government has put us where we are deliberately, notoriously, publicly, where people are disappearing, children are being killed day and night. There are no employments apart from Ruto coming up and announcing, today we have promoted so and so. We have done this. For what purpose? Tell us which road you have finished, that people are now moving on to transport goods and services for purposes of improving their life. The whole thing is just set around bad governance. And that's why I'm battling this government. That's why I want this government removed in whichever way, through whichever way. What I mean by whichever way is by talking to the Kenyan people and telling Kenyan people, you know what, this is what you have experienced. We were promised this. The man is good in lying. The man is good in coming up with formulas that do not work. The man is good at doing things that are contrary to the Constitution, and that's where I am at. But my trajectory is tailored towards issues, specific issues that will be devil our society, rather than coming into the kind of systems that are being introduced in praise and worship. Somebody's telling me today that you cannot move unless you sit with Oburu Odinga. Broad-based government. What is broad-based government, for God's sake? Is it a government where ministers are being appointed on terms of loyalty, and then when they come up, they walk and transport themselves in those cocoon of vehicles, going to donate monies, giving monies like what Oparanya did the other day in Trans Nzoia? Was it Trans Nzoia? Where he said, muko hapa, sasa pangeni laini kind of politics. Kila mtu apewe 500. Here is 500,000 I'm giving to. Is that the kind of government you want Wajakoya to be involved in? Is that what we are trying to replace Ruto with? Same kind of mentality? Look at these other political leaders who profess to know better than others in terms of what is going on and happening to the Kenyans today. Look at them. Look at the Gazlings. Look at the way they are behaving. What will be different? What difference will there between them and Ruto? We shall be replacing Satan with Satan? Are we going to replace God with the Messiah? We need total change in terms of revolution. And that revolution is now. And the leader of that revolution is Wajakoya. That's why you see me being chased away by everybody in the country, because the youths have understood my language. They have said, this is the man who is going to lead us to where we are going. And that's why in this country, I'm the only one who walks without bodyguards. I'm the only one who enters into matatus, because the youths have already, my message has already sunk into them. You cannot bribe them from me. Sasa ukiona watu wanaenda wapi, huyu Wajakoya tumtaki, because if I am with them on the platform, nobody will listen to them. Try me. That's why you see, wakienda wapi bila watu kama sisi, they are wasting their time. We should work as a team. We should sit as a team. I've tried to reach out and said, can we also be part of, Wajakoya ngojea tutakuita. That's why I'm going to fight, put my message across to the youth. And it's only the youth that will change this country. Saizi wako kadi, and let us see how they will decide.
Kenyans have spoken of late, but there is that member of parliament who went back to Wajir for the very first time, and it's the people who said, no, we don't want you here, go back to where it is you come from. And you look at even the people and how they respond to what one would say, huyu ni mtu wetu, understands our tribe, understands our region, understands our history. But Kenyans are saying it is not about you being our person, it's about what it is you have delivered. As we move towards 2027 and we look at formations that are coming in place, will these then be some of the things that political class will have to deal with, where Kenyans are woke and they know exactly what they want and they are pushing for change, for the word not change just because it can be uttered in a political rally?
I think you have said something very, very important about that lady. And also what happened in Old Kalau, of which on that particular point I am with Gachagua 150%. If Kenyans can repeat what they did in Olkalau, where the government was so disparate that they even took gas cylinders, beds, when knowing very well that the kids in Olkalau lack amenities, social amenities, they lack uniform, they lack teachers, they lack clean water, they lack books, they lack classrooms. Instead of building those ones, Ruto's government has been taught a lesson, and that lesson should be extended to all parts of the country. And number two, the people of Wajir, what they did, Congolais, and that should extend to all of these leaders, both in broad-based and non-broad-based, or whichever way it is. I think on that one, we are moving forward. But then if you look at the people who are now following us, if you look at their baskets, if you look at those political leaders who are now in the opposition, people who have been there before, people who have served for a very long time, because they were thrown out of parliament by the very people, they now want to come back and now be holier than thou, saying that we are the ones going to bring change. That one we differ. Let's have a complete new face in Kenyan politics, whether old or young, but people who have not been there, people who have seen how things work, people who have actually been hit hard in terms of these hard times that we have. Yes, lakini wale wakirudishwa, Kenya will still go on the same trajectory. Look at this place, for example. For how long have you been broadcasting? For how long have you been? You think if there was a proper government policy for the members of the fourth estate, you'd be sitting here for more than 1 year? No. Sit and leave open room for others to come in so that you can see what benefits you have in your society, other than being stalled. Stalled there for how long? What about your families? Like in my law firm, I don't want people to stay for long. You come in, you're doing well, shui, end of your masters, good luck, Mungu akusaidie. Just like what Ahmed Nasir does. He actually, Ahmed Nasir, or Mullah, Grand Mullah, is one of the best mindsets we have here. He has trained so many Kenyan lawyers. You'll go there, work for 3 years, he'll open an office for you, him and Gidu Mungai, and say, young man, I've given you the tools, go and start on your own and move on. That's the kind of mindset we want in this country. Not stagnated. You are stagnated because you are making money for somebody who wants to be a political leader forever. Ruining you for life. We want to move and change. Move and change. These old folks who have been in parliament, who have actually had political leadership or even church leadership, they should go. Even the church should be reformed too. Because we have so many atrocities which have been committed by members of the clergy. Nobody wants to talk about that. I am talking about everything. If it's clean government, we shall clean all the institutions.
Speaking of which, then, what's your thought, even as you wrap this up, around debt? Because that is the stifling thing towards Kenya's economy today.
Kenya's economy is a big issue now because of corruption. As today, we have the solution. 50 kgs of hemp, according to Canadian Stock Exchange, and you can check that, is $307 million. 50 kgs of hemp. What are the ingredients of hemp? What are the uses of hemp? Kenya has got very good soil. Look at Uganda, they have legalized hemp. Malawi have legalized hemp. Uganda now is getting about 350 billion from the hemp production, which is improving the economy of Uganda. Kenya's debt can be paid within 1 year if we become the president of this country. All we need to do is to grow hemp. Hemp grows only for 4 months. It doesn't need mature. If anything eats hemp, it dies because of its ingredients. It puts nutrients in the soil. And what is hemp used for? Where is Israel today, and what is the economy of Israel, and why is it that Israel's economy has become one of the best in the world? It's all because of hemp and the technicalities involved. The tech industry, which is pegged on hemp. So let us grow hemp, and once we grow hemp, we shall pay off the debts in this country. Let us rear snakes for export. Let us rear snakes, harvest venom. 1 gram of venom is 6,000 600,000 Kenya shillings. Let us rear snakes for purposes of medicinal values and prevention. We export its meat to the Chinese. It's a delicacy. And then the skins, the snake skins, can be used to beautify men and women in terms of textile industry. Kitui, which is the Texas of Kenya, Baringo, and Kilifi have enough snakes which can actually make us have income. But when you go to religious men, they were like, we on Satan. If you go to America, this is all used. If you go to Italy, they're even importing. They don't have a place to do what have you. We can work out a formula whereby we can improve the economy of this country within 1 year, rather than borrowing and depending on technical experts and coming in with the ridiculous figures and making our country to be overdated. We can do it. We can do away with that. And with the introduction of death penalty, killing all these guys, Kenya will be free.
Professor George Mojakoya is the Roots Party leader. He's got some radical ideas in terms of what Kenya needs, and that you build so that you get out of debt and that you go in one direction. Well, thank you for being here with us this morning and looking into how the country will progress and your contribution. Asante sana.
Can I sign this book for you?
We will.
The name is again?
It's we'll tell you in just a minute. Good morning right now, 8 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Daniela. I'm Sheila Tembor. Legal services are expected to be disrupted today after the LSK called a nationwide strike to protest alleged human rights violations, abuse of power, and failure to uphold the rule of law. Lawyers are boycotting court proceedings except for urgent matters as they demand accountability from state institutions and investigations into alleged police brutality and protection of constitutional rights. The LSK has also urged advocates to observe the strike peacefully while defending the independence of the judiciary. The society further named several judges, including Chief Justice Martha Koome and Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwilu, alleging they are linked to cases that have delayed disciplinary and criminal investigation. The strike is expected to disrupt legal services in courts across the country. New guidelines on public demonstrations could allow Kenyans to notify authorities of planned protests through email, WhatsApp, or written notices placed near police stations. The proposals developed by the KNCHR and the Office of the Attorney General aim to create a legal framework for peaceful assemblies, picketing, and public petitions. The draft bill follows a High Court directive requiring the government to establish clear regulations on demonstrations and the use of force by law enforcement officers. Under the proposals, police would only restrict demonstrations where there is a credible and immediate risk of death, serious violence, injury, or major property damage. Officers will also be required to protect protesters, journalists, and other observers during both planned and spontaneous demonstrations. The bill further provides that firearms may only be used during protest where it is strictly necessary to protect life or prevent serious injury. The proposals will now undergo public participation before being presented to Parliament. In other news, Coast Regional Police Commander Ali Nuno has warned politicians against involving security matters in political disputes, saying such issues should be handled by security agencies. Speaking to journalists, Nuno said police will take action against individuals found engaging in activities that threaten public order and urge leaders to support efforts aimed at maintaining peace and security.
Waheshimiwa, tunawaheshimu. You are the leaders. We are ready to work with you. Lakini tafadhali issue ya usalama usiweke siasa. Hiyo tuwachie sisi, tutapambana naye. Kwa sababu usalama ndio kizingi ya uchumi, ya investment, ya our livelihood, maisha yetu. So ukianza kuleta siasa kwa mambo ya usalama, tafadhali utakuwa unapoteza. And we will be taking this country down the docks. We are not ready to see Kenya going down to the docks. Therefore, we will deal with any politician who is likely to hire goons. We are going to withdraw his security na hatutacheka na hawa. Kama anaona akae na waoni kama security ajipange, basi aturudishie wale security yetu. Sisi pia tunahitaji our numbers, tunahitaji our officers kwa kazi. Akae na hiyo magunzi yake akitaka, lakini security tunachukua. So they have hard decisions to make. Either wakae na hiyo security na wawachane mambo ya hooligans. Kama sio hivyo, wakae na hawa, tupambane na hawa, tukutane kwa kiwanja.
He also called for responsible politics focused on development and ideas, cautioning against the use of youths to cause unrest.
I'm appealing to them, please do your politics with principles and maturity. Do your politics based on ideas and not individuals. Do your politics on development and not chaos. Kenya is bigger than all of us. It's our country. We cannot lose Kenya because of an individual or two. So wanasiasa tafadhali fanyeni siasa kwa njia utaratibu bora, mwachane mambo ya kubebana na vijana. Na sitakubali.
And the EFCC has moved to court to recover 7.6 acres of Kenya Prison Service land in Kisumu, valued at about 790 million shillings, excluding developments. EFCC CEO Abdi Mohamud said the Milimani property was allegedly unlawfully acquired and converted into private ownership. The land, originally reserved for prison staff housing and regional offices, is now estimated to be worth 4.3 billion shillings with developments included. The Commission says investigations found the land was subdivided and sold through allegedly fraudulent transactions, leading to the filing of recovery suits at the Environment and Land Court in Kisumu. EFCC is seeking the cancellation of titles issued over the disputed parcels and the return of the land to the Kenya Prison Service.
To offer and what the person who is offended is willing to accept or to negotiate on. So we can only talk about that when the process starts. But legally, when you acquire something illegally or irregularly, you cannot claim ownership of that particular property because you've actually gotten it illegally. You may have bought it thinking that probably you are buying a genuine property, but it is upon you as the purchaser to do what we call due diligence. Find out what is the history of that particular property. So you can't blame anyone. Rather, the people who actually develop these parcels of land cannot blame any person other than themselves.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country. We are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kitty, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. It is 10 minutes after 8 o'clock and into the third hour of the Situation Room. This morning, before we get into what it's going to look like with all these defections, and if anybody has a thought about it, bomba.
You know, we often talk about the engines, right? But there is a secret engine that doesn't shout, doesn't make noise. Talk about the 1,700 kilometers of pipe that is installed in the country to ensure that you're able to push product, which is petroleum products, from the port of Mombasa to the lakeside city of Kisumu all the way to Uganda. And that right there also talks about integration of the region and how that is important. So Kenya Pipeline Company, PLC, is here to tell you that they are the silent players, the MVPs that ensure the economy is moving forward, that the economy is moving, regional integration is a reality. And aside from that, they are equally investing into the community by taking smart students to school, have them graduate, come back and plug back into the economy. So the engineers are using an automated system, world-class piped system that is ensuring that you're able to get your petroleum products in a sure, in a predictable, and in a safe way. So if you want to get more information on how Kenya Pipeline PLC is doing this, you go to www.kpc.co.ke, because Kenya Pipeline, bomba letu, ukwaji wetu.
Kabisa. You know, it cannot be complete without the kabisa at the end. Have you noticed?
Kabisa.
Malala's perspective is what we get into this morning, and of course looking into party defections and mergers ahead of 2027. We had this conversation, rather we had this invitation out even before some of the major defections that we saw happening yesterday. So he's here. He's the deputy party leader of DCP party, Cleophas Malala. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine.
You're fine?
Good.
Good. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Before we start off into this conversation,
we begin with the proverb of the day.
Well done.
Can I give you one?
You know, you should come.
I give you guys today.
Come and co-host this show with us one day.
Today I'm the one giving out.
Maybe Dennis will allow you. I don't know.
So we start with mine,
and then
you will give us yours.
Okay.
But today, first of all, we are in Madagascar, fourth largest island in the world. And in Madagascar, it is also known as Vanilla Land. So if you are a lover of vanilla City is in Madagascar, because they are the largest producers of natural vanilla. Their wildlife, you know, I like to move it. King Julian, of Penguins of Madagascar, you can only see him in Madagascar, nowhere else. But the proverb, advice is a stranger. If he is welcomed, he stays for the night. If not, he leaves the same day. How would you interpret it?
Depending with the person receiving the advice, advice can be used positively by being accommodated by the same person who is being advised. And if he has a rigid mind, then definitely advice will not be will not sit there for a long while. And therefore we're saying that when somebody is advised, then it all depends on his mentality. So
well interpreted.
So can I give you mine?
Can't wait.
Go ahead.
Okay. Think a Nigerian proverb.
These Nigerians.
Good.
Well,
please look at it.
where God boils his yams, that is exactly where the devil roasts his fish.
Where God roasts,
where God boils his yams, that is exactly where the devil roasts his fish.
Interpret the proverb for us.
No, I wouldn't.
We should just leave it like that.
Yes.
It's likely that in the course of this conversation, the interpretation of that proverb is going to come to light.
Okay. So you guys are just good examiners. Good enough.
So, you, in the last couple of, actually a few days ago, went on and said that the people of Western, the Mulembe nation, must come together on a cause. And after that, we started to see what people would call from major defections taking place, whether it's Tim Wanyonyi leaving ODM, whether it's Wamunyenye, whether it's Bifoli, whether it's Wangamati, all saying this cause looks like something that we want to tag on to and we're going for it full throttle. Is it?
Oh, yes. In every electioneering or campaign periods, we always have shifting alliances. We always have shifting allegiance. And every political season is approached using political blocks. And in Kenya, tribal blocks have proved to be one of the most effective ways to approach an election. And it has been long overdue when the community that I emanate from, and that is the Mulembe community, we've never been united for our own sake. We've always been united to benefit other people. And therefore, this time round, we are saying that we are the second most populous community in this country, and we need to take part significantly in the election of people who are going to govern us in the next 5 years. We emanate from a region whereby we are an agricultural region. We depend majorly on agriculture, and in the recent past, the sector, more specifically in sugarcane and maize, has not been doing well. And we've been complaining, our factories are not doing well, we do not have good market for our maize and our generally agricultural produce. And we said, this time round, we do not want to complain to people. We want to participate and choose leadership that will be accountable for the revival of the economy of our people. That is why we are saying that it is not bad to think ethnically, because the Constitution envisaged that Kenya consists of different ethnical groups, and therefore it's not a crime for any Kenyan to think that if you start being ethnical, you are being tribal. No. What is discouraged is negative ethnicity. But if you're coming together for a good purpose, for a good cause, there is nothing wrong with that. And therefore we have said categorically, we belong in different political vehicles. For example, I am in DCP. I'm the deputy party leader of DCP.
Yes.
That does not stop me from tolerating an imagination of supporting one of our own. And that is why we are saying, for this particular cause, our son, Edwin Sifuna, has given himself out. He has offered himself to run for the presidency.
Has he, though?
Yeah, and that is the feel on the ground. He has. He does not have to announce. You know, politics has got strategy. And you do not just say everything anytime. We have what we call strategic pronouncements. And therefore, from the body language, from the engagements that our brother Edwin Sifuna has been having, and even if you felt the mood on the ground, many people would want Edwin Sifuna to run for presidency. And I have said, as to when that time comes, I'll be on the forefront to support him.
How would you be at the forefront to support him when we have the DCP as well with its party leader? I know they've not announced about president, but it said as well that it would want to be president. So isn't that confusing in one way or the other?
Or support Kalonzo Musyoka.
Or support Kalonzo Musyoka as well. So where does that leave you as the DCP party leader, where as the DCP deputy party leader, where DCP is seemingly moving in a certain direction?
We exist within the precincts of a united opposition. We know very well that in Kenya, where we are right now, one person cannot go all the way in an election and be a formidable force. We are alive of the fact that in the near future, the Linda Mwananchi team and the united opposition will come together. As to when they will come together, I have declared and I have said categorically that I will be supporting Edwin Sifuna in his aspirations. He has said he wants to be the president. I am the DCP deputy party leader. You heard me right last time when I said I sincerely vouch for Edwin Sifuna to be the deputy president. You saw me say that the other time, that the most convenient position for Edwin Sifuna is the deputy president. I was saying that knowing that my party leader is running for presidency. And therefore, if I'm given if my party leader is running for presidency, I wouldn't say at this particular time that Edwin Sifuna should go for presidency. I'll be undermining the party. That is why I said Edwin Sifuna can be a very good deputy president. That was my pronouncement, knowing very well that my party leader will be on the ballot.
So you're saying things, and I know you're a playwright, but you're saying things without saying them. Malala, because in this case, there are two things that counter each other. One, you're supporting Edwin Sifuna as if he, in the next few days when this homecoming and this announcement is made, for which we're seeing a lot of people decamping and saying that we are now throwing our full support behind this team, you're saying you will support him. The party for which you are deputy is clearly moving in a different direction.
No, the same direction.
The same direction, but with a different individual.
We are both one term.
But with a different individual to sit at the helm.
Yes.
Which essentially, whether you like it or not, doesn't put people in the same path. It puts them at crosshairs.
No, not really.
No? So does that mean that at some point, should it be that Edwin Sifuna is the one that is going to lead, that you would then also leave DCP and join? Would you be one of the decampers as well?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
In 2002, we had the NAC coalition. We have different ways in which we can coexist, even when we have competing interests. For example, we will decide to maybe form a coalition party, and then we support the candidates who will run on the coalition party. We will have some seats which will be preserved for candidates who will run for coalition who will run in the coalition party. There's a difference between a coalition party and a coalition of parties. Kenya Kwanza is a coalition of parties. NAC in 2002 was a coalition party. Azimio was a coalition party. And therefore what we are saying is that we would maybe have, even if Edwin Sifuna says he's running for president, Matiang'i has also declared the same. Kalonzo has also declared the same. My party leader has also declared the same. We have said that we can only have one leader at a time. We will go on the negotiating table, and as to when that time comes, the person we will settle on as the most preferred presidential candidate as a united opposition front, we will all support him. And therefore, there is no cause of alarm when I say that my party leader will be running for presidency. I fully support. I am his deputy. I have got the obligation to support my party leader and my party in his aspirations to be president. But at the same time, I emanate from a community that demands that, come on, charity begins at home. My party leader, Rigathi Gachagua, is the father of all the syllabus that says charity begins at home. And therefore, I will not be doing any mistake for me to rally behind my brother, Edwin Sifuna. And therefore, as I've stated here before, that as to when we will be on that table of wanting to choose who will fly our presidential candidate, our presidential flag, the candidate who will fly our presidential flag, I'll be backing my brother Edwin Sifuna. If he's given the opportunity to fly, we will be happy. If he sits ground and he's given the opportunity to be the deputy, again, we have no problem.
Yeah. I mean, as what you're seeing right now is political movements where everyone is defecting based off the movement or the support of Wananchi that we see at the moment. And with that, especially what we saw immediately after all Kalau, then it is expected that many people will start moving grounds, because the ground, like they say, politics is local. So with what we've seen already happening in Western Kenya, with the defections that have already happened, are we likely to see more defections coming into place? Or if you have any information, is there anyone who's told you tunakuja?
Oh yes, you are going. Yeah, and I want to say that it's still too early in the game. Huh?
Yeah.
The real transfer window will be from January. The real transfer window, and you'll see people shifting sides, having intra-coalitions movements. We'll see people post all Kalau. I've had friends who have been religiously in the supporting the two-term brigade, but now after the all Kalau indicators, they are contemplating coming on our side. I'm speaking to so many of them who are staunch members of the two-term team. And now they are saying, come on, hey, this all Kalau has really given us a red flag, and therefore we must align with reality. They are coming. We have those who will maybe feel that their interests are not catered for in the united opposition. They will definitely move towards the government side, and that is not new in politics. Shifting alliances is expected. I am not an exception. All politicians serve where their interests are catered for, and it has been proven even in previous engagements that if the interest of your political party or the interest of your community is not catered for, you have no business to be in that coalition, and therefore it will be a matter of wait and see. But I am certain that in January, from January, February, you will see a lot of realignment and alignment.
So it sounds like the club that suddenly starts scoring all the goals and gets all the fantastic players, then they start winning, and everybody in the fans decided that now that's going to be the club that they support, without looking at what it really takes to score the goal. And so that goal in this case is the issues that Kenyans are really worried about. And I'm wondering, if you give all Kalau as an example where people are saying, oh, okay, so then maybe we need to move to this side because those are the guys that are winning. What about the issues? Who's really the one who is going to come in? Who are the ones? Or are the people who are decamping, joining, moving because a wave is going in a particular direction? Or are they really concerned about the issues that made all Kalau what it was?
Unfortunately, we haven't matured as a democracy to an issue-based political style. Many Kenyans come together to form government simply because of their community's interest. That is a development interest. They'll say, okay, for us as Turukanas, we think that it is better, we are better, our interests are taken better off in this coalition than these other coalition. And slowly we are coming to an issue-based approach in politics. And I want to say that the emergence of the Gen Z movement has really brought around about the issue of discussing issues. You've seen in the recent elections, we saw people coming together as tribes in 2013. You saw URP and TNA. There were simply two tribes coming together to outshine the rest. You've seen the tactic the government is using. It wanted to use the traditional 41 against one tribe, whereby they wanted to isolate the Kikuyus against the whole nation. And therefore, everybody, in as much as people are trying to come out as issue-based politicians, for example, when you listen to William Ruto, you might think that he does not recognize anything called tribe in his life. Yet, the biggest tribalist in this country is William Samoei Ruto. The biggest tribalist. The patron of all tribalists is William Samoei Ruto. I will state that without blinking my eye. That the biggest tribalist. Look at all the state corporation appointments. Yesterday we had appointments. You saw all the appointments were appointments for convenience sake. You know, when you tell us that you're appointing Atoli's wife to be a member of the Intergovernmental Technical Committee, basically we can see through your game plan that, come on, you are appointing Atoli's wife. You're not appointing Mary Kilobi because she qualifies or because she has a background that will help in that particular setup. You basically appointing or rewarding your friend Atoli. And we want to say on behalf of lawyers, President William, we are very satisfied. And thank you so much for appointing Mary Kilobi, Atoli's wife. We are very grateful. We shall vote for you. Really? Yeah, we shall vote for you. Because now he thinks he has sorted out all the lawyers by appointing Atoli's wife.
I mean, Cleo, even as we talk about that, there is the question of what's the guarantee that anyone else who will form government will do things differently? You know why? Because from where Kenyans sit, especially just what you've stated, that there would be movements, people will be defecting now, joining the winning team. And the responsibility then would go to even DCP in terms of ensuring that the people that they will field for these positions are people who meet the threshold. Because what's the point of saying that you want change when everybody else who has condemned the movement, everybody else who Kenyans have said no to, would then decamp because they've just seen this is a party that is about to win and come there and be allowed to get in and run for these offices? Isn't just the proverbial phrase of we are doing things the same way with the hope that things would change. So what's the responsibility of the party pretty much in making sure that individuals who will be presented to Kenyans are those that meet the threshold and not recycling?
Unfortunately, that is the architecture of democracy, of our democracy. Unfortunately, because the very people who are complaining about people who have no agenda being elected are the same people who elect them. You know, this is not an interview. And I think the people who conceived the idea of democracy had envisaged such a situation whereby if somebody is elected and he has no agenda and he has all the reasons as to the prerequisites of the qualification of that office, he does not meet them. The drafters of, or the people who conceived the idea of democracy had seen that election depicts the will of the people. So you wouldn't argue out that this person is not qualified, this person is corrupt. Yet the people themselves have elected him. And therefore, it starts with the electorate. Then we need to do a lot of civic education to educate people. But at the end of the day, people always retreat to their tribal cocoons. Because Kenya, the people who have been in office before have shown people that, come on, if your community is not in government, you do not benefit. So is it a coincidence today that the just appointed government spokesman, Charles Owino, has replaced Isaac Mwaura on competency basis? Or is
what else would it be?
When you look at all those appointments right now, people are just being strategic when it comes to getting votes in 2027. William Ruto knows very well that now I've lost the mountain. So let me replace this position with somebody who is going to give me more votes. And that's, if you saw those appointments, they're basic, and you'll be seeing more, even in future.
He's speculating about looking at having been close, so you maybe understand the way in which some of these things work.
Yep.
We're going to come back and look at some other meetings that took place that perhaps that would have a bearing on what would happen in the future. Stay with us. Cleo Malala is the deputy party leader of DCP, and of tea meetings with other presidential candidates that your party leader had in the last couple of days. Let's take a look into what that could possibly mean when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, how busy is it in the city coming off the Thika Superhighway? It is quite so. Inbound traffic is a thing. It's going to go all the way through the Pangani Underpass out towards Wangari Maathai Way, and some of that touching on Limuru Road this morning, so that's really busy. It's also busy as you come off of Raila Odinga Way, heading and touching on to Ngong Road, and then out towards Awings Kodek on one side through towards Valley Road. As you come off of Mombasa Road, there's quite some traffic as well as you head out past the Capital Centre out towards Uhuru Highway, and so that slows down a little bit. And of course, North Airport Road is still a little bit of a catastrophe this morning, with traffic that's coming in from Outer Ring colliding with that that's going towards Cabanas. It's one mess, and it's moving slowly. Let's keep some patience. I'm gonna need it. SpiceFM on X hashtag the Situation Room.
Life Hack on Spice FM, brought to you by Gentle Care Baby Pants for the unstoppable baby and for the mother who cares.
Keep your baby dry and clean. Install car seats using either lower anchors or a seatbelt, never both. Always buckle children from birth all the way to 12 years in the back seat.
Life Hack on Spice FM, proudly brought to you by Gentle Care Baby Pants, world-class premium comfort diapers that feature quick max absorption technology and zigzag channels that distribute wetness evenly, so there's absolutely no sagging. It's smart, it's premium, and it's affordable. Join the unstoppable journey today. Grab a pack of Gentle Care Baby Pants at your nearest supermarket. Gentle Care Baby Pants for the unstoppable baby and for the mother who cares.
Have you tuned to the best Kalenjin radio today? Berur FM is the leading Kalenjin radio station in the Rift Valley. We are current, trendy and bold. We bring you bold voices, big conversations, entertainment and blessings every day. Follow us on Facebook, X, TikTok and Instagram for the latest updates and vibes. And don't forget our live stream and YouTube. Berur FM, bold, factual and resonating voices.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversations continue this morning, and we're in the studio with Deputy Party Leader of DCP, Cleophas Malala. And just yesterday, presidential aspirant Jimmy Wanjigi had a meeting with your party leader, Rigathi Gachagua, and it was the second meeting in as many months. And they went to chart the way forward. I'm not quite sure what direction forward would be, but he thanked him for his hospitality and then went on to say that they continue to work together. What could that possibly mean?
Working together. It means working together.
One is a presidential aspirant, another has thrown his weight behind another presidential aspirant.
Oh, yes. As I told you, my sister, we must have a united approach towards the election. And everybody has got the freedom to declare his or her aspirations. And all our principals in the United Oppositions have declared aspirations. You remember, even in the previous coalitions, Kalonzo used to declare his presidency. Baba goes to declare his presidency. Joho, even within the ODM party, once Joho and Oparanya paid for the presidency ticket, nomination ticket, and therefore at a point, and that to me, I predict that point of agreeing on who becomes the presidential candidate, it is strategic for the united opposition to get a presidential candidate early next year, say February, March. But having a definite presidential candidate at this moment will be an exercise in futility.
So what you're saying is that everybody who's an aspirant at the moment says, I want to be president, I want to... You're saying that doesn't really matter. You're testing the ground with maybe getting people excited that perhaps there could be a direction in which they're
not really getting...
But nothing is cast in stone.
Not really getting excitement out of it. We are saying that let everybody who aspires to be a presidential candidate declare. And then we will come on the negotiating table, and now every person will be coming out with reasons as to why he believes is best fit to fly the flag. To me, it has happened before, it will happen now, and it will also happen in the future. What we have realized that as a country, because of our current social setup, no individual can run for an elective position without seeking collision with other partners. And therefore, as to when we will be crossing the year, we will be shaping up into agreeing on who will fly the united opposition flag. But as it stands, everybody is aspiring. The anthem is the same. The anthem is one term, that we have agreed that this regime must go. And it must not go because we want to sit at the helm.
Okay.
It must go because of the atrocities that this regime has committed to its citizenry. Remember the killings, the Gen Z killings.
Yes.
You remember what happened? We have had so many young people being abducted, so many young people being killed. The other day we were seeing the proceedings of Albert Ojwang. We want to remind Kenyans that this is a regime that kills its own citizens within the custody of police. We have seen extrajudicial killings, abductions. And we are saying for us to end all these shenanigans, we must take this regime out of power. And therefore, when you see many people aspiring to become president, it's because they have seen there is a gap in the presidency that needs to be replaced. So basically, what we are putting forth to our membership, this is not confusion. Many people wanting to vie is not confusion at all. It is the art of people mobilizing their political backgrounds and bases to bring them on the table so that we have the requisite numbers to take William Ruto home.
Kenyans are asking, as much as there is what is being pushed, the one-term movement that does exist, beyond that, there are issues that Kenyans want addressed, key among them being debt. We have insecurity in the country today. We have disappearance, extrajudicial killing. We have the economy as some of the big ticket items that Kenyans are talking about. And as there is consolidation of everybody who wants to be president, Kenyans are saying, but we want to see the agenda and the issues, even as we sit down to decide that perhaps you are worth the vote that we will be giving. What are some of the issues that then the united opposition are moving with to tell Kenyans, once we get there, this is what we'll do, because that does not have to wait until when you settle on a presidential candidate?
First of all, I want to say that as to when we shall have our coalition, we will come with with a common manifesto that will sell to people. But as it is right now, first of all, our biggest push is, first of all, to restore Kenya to where it was before. Restoring Kenya to when Mwai Kibaki left us, and even Uhuru Kenyatta. One, on the issue of corruption, we've seen this government has normalized corruption, whereby we can even have very big contractors being awarded contracts without following the due process. And we have also seen a leakage in public funds, whereby we are not getting value of our money in these projects. You find a project that costs, say, 33 billion Kenya shillings, and now is exaggerated to almost 200 billion Kenya shillings. Look at Talanta Hela. Talanta Hela is a good project. We needed a state-of-the-art stadium, yes, but if you compared the prices of constructing facilities of similar look, we will get that our Talanta Hela Talanta Stadium is 4 times more expensive than any other, and we are saying for us to have sanity in our fiscal space, we need to have a government that is sober, a government that is not out just to please the masses, a government that is cognizant of the fact that public debt, if not well managed, then we are sinking this country into the abyss of despair. Second, we need to have an administration which cushions and which believes in the implementation of Chapter 4 of our Constitution. The Bill of Rights. We need to have a government that respects human rights. You've seen journalists on the streets while covering political events being harassed, some of them being abducted. You saw even the chief editor of Standard, my friend Alex, was being chased around in the bushes of Nakuru just because he is playing his role in the society. So we need to have a country that respects the rule of law, one, that respects human rights, and we are saying that we want to restore that dignity as the united opposition. On the issue of education, we have seen the president guessing on how to execute the education model. Now he's saying that he started by saying that we will have this new university funding model. It went down the drain. Nothing is working. Now he's contemplating to switch to 100% funding model. He's not sure on which model to execute. So we have a president who is just a guesswork president, and he does not believe in public participation. If President William Ruto had done a comprehensive feasibility study on the issue of university funding, he would have gotten it right. But he wakes up in the morning, implements what is fermenting in his heart or mind, and then execute. And to me, I say all this is a form of incompetency while in office. As a leader, you cannot roll out a program that affects masses without feasibility study. Look at how we have handled the housing levy thing. No feasibility study was done. It was just an idea incubated in William Ruto's mind. And if today we are depending on how William Ruto sleeps and dreams, that's how we are running the country, then we are doomed. The housing project, right now, we just have brick and mortar development. It ends at that. It has not stimulated our economy. In fact, it has killed the private sector, the construction sector. It has killed it because now we have government competing with the private sector. We have companies that are closing up, and many Kenyans are going even into depression just because they have lost their jobs, occasioned by an egocentric idea from one person. And therefore, we want to restore the country to where it was before, where before government implements any flagship project or any idea that affects masses, we must have a feasibility study. It must go through public participation so that we have concrete ideas being implemented and not just guesswork. Yep.
How do you get the people who at the end of the day have the responsibility because of the numbers to then make a decision about changing the trajectory that Kenya is going on? Because, I mean, you just have to open your eyes to see what the situation is. It's felt in pockets. It's seen in the infrastructure. It's understood. In terms of the micro, the economy is actually taking a nosedive. Now, How do you get Kenyans to see and connect the dots? Because what I hear you saying is that there's somebody who's messing around with the woodwork and you need to take that person out of the room. And that's the number one agenda. Then after that, there's certain things that need to be fixed. How do you get Kenyans to latch onto the idea to say, okay, this is what we want to do? Because they're the ones who are going to give you the permission to do it by voting.
Of course, we're going to craft a manifesto that during the dissemination of the same manifesto to the people, we'll be able to break it down to a language that people can understand. Many people do not understand delicate or, let's say, complicated ideas. Like when you talk about the economy and how we're going to manage public debt, many people do not understand the intricacies. Like, for example, right now, William Ruto is taking advantage of that gap in the society to even borrow more without approval of Parliament. As it stands right now, William Ruto has even gone to an extent of forming a parallel borrowing model. You've seen him trying to mobilize funds to do the Rironi Mau Summit Road, the Bomas of Kenya. You know, that is borrowing, and borrowing is borrowing. Even if you used whatever terms that you are using, borrowing is borrowing. He has come up with something called infrastructure fund, which to me, I believe, is just a conduit to continue borrowing without without Parliament approval. And therefore, these complicated economic issues must be simplified to the common mwananchi to see the sense. Some of those people who are singing two-term do not know that in every minute, Kenya is borrowing over 33 million Kenya shillings. Every minute. And therefore, it depends with us leaders. How are we going to disseminate the same information and break it down in a language that can be understood? And that is why I love my party leader. He's able to demystify and simplify William Ruto's deeds in very simple language that people can understand, that if you are not keen, you might think that he does not have an agenda.
Okay.
Yet, he is communicating to the masses.
I mean, as we talk about demystifying the same, one of the big ticket items, let's just handle debt. And when we talk about debt, I bring that forth because one, Jimmy Wanjigi is huge on debt, and especially ODS debt and the economy of the country. And he met with the DCP party leader, and one would hope that these some of the issues that they discuss. So from DCP's perspective or point of view, how bad is the debt problem in the country, and what are some of tukishika Biblia tuweke chini? What are some of the initiatives put in place to address the odious debt problem that the country finds itself in? Because Jimmy Wanjigi says, don't pay. What is DCP saying on odious debt?
And that is why we are coming together. We are coming together so that everybody brings in his ideas. And then as to when we shall have formed a coalition, we will now sit down and agree on our approach on different sectors. Like in the agricultural sector, we will want to ask ourselves, what is our position on the issue of subsidized fertilizer? Is it a devolved function that should be left to the county governments or not? We will have a position on that as a coalition and communicate in our manifesto. We will go to sectors like education and say, come on, what is our position? Is it possible for us to fund education to university level for free? Do we have the resources? We will get our experts and advisors on the same. So it will be responsible for me or premature for me to come here today and tell you that now this is the position. We are going to get experts to tell us. And my personal position on the issue of public debt, we need to do two things. One, have a comprehensive audit on the public debt. We should know that this money was borrowed in 1996. What did it do? And if we find out that we had borrowings that had been misappropriated before, action must be taken to those individuals, whether they are retired, whether they are still in government or out of government. Action must be taken, and they must be liable for the misappropriation. Second, after we do a comprehensive audit we must have a national conversation with the people of Kenya and tell them, come on, this is where we are as a country. Are we able to slow down certain political or certain projects? First of all, to reduce this debt, or should we continue borrowing? Let us have a national conversation. I am 100% sure if we told Kenyans here today that, come on, we have a very shrunk fiscal space in our budget, and we do not have budget for development, and therefore we need an extra 500 billion shillings to construct a road from Mombasa to Malaba, and that money, we are proposing that in all your transaction, M-Pesa transaction, kindly pay an additional 5 shillings. Kenyans will definitely agree to that proposal, knowing and having been taken through the information or that space of public debt. They will be able, sawa, we can 5 shillings, we can, and it becomes now an agenda for Kenyans, and therefore we must have a national conversation on matters public debt, so that Kenyans, we move with Kenyans. Because if we do not bring them on board, we will be doing an exercise in futility, because they will still say that, come on, we are mismanaging the country. And therefore, my appeal to the united opposition as to when we shall form government, we must have a united approach and a people's-driven approach in governance.
One thing that we want to look into and probably put this thing to bed once and for all, because it's been asked several times, but let's do it here, is that Malala and William Ruto have actually not broken up, and that you possibly could be doing the bidding for him still, and that you're going to shock everybody at the last moment and go back to him. It's kind of like your ex that you can never really get rid of.
Yeah.
Is that true?
That's a prophecy.
It's a prophecy. You know, some prophecies come true.
Yeah, depending on the believers. One thing I want to say here categorically, that as I told you, we are going to have shifting alliances in future. And in politics, we have no permanent enemies or permanent friends. We have no permanent enemies and permanent friends. And therefore, you will see people crossing over. And I don't want to say that for me, I'm an exception. No. In future, you'll find me working with
William Ruto,
Abraham Kindiki. You'll see me working with Oscar Sudi. You'll see Rigathi Gachagua working with somebody else across the Nini. You even saw that Rigiji was texting Eric Wamumbi. You know, people talk. And this idea of wanting to segment Kenyans, that if you are a one-term person, you are not supposed to speak to a two-term person. To me, I do not subscribe to that nonsense.
Are you currently speaking to President William Ruto?
I have not spoken to him for over 2 years now, and but that does not stop me from talking to him as to when it arises.
So if a possibility arises where you could work with William Ruto, who in the last 2 years you've castigated, come close to insulted, come close to talking about the fact that today you've even said that he's the biggest tribalist in the country, that there's a possibility that you would work with him again, you would embrace that with open arms?
As to when I will speak to William Ruto, I will, before I make any decision, I will ask him, have you stopped extrajudicial killings? Definitely, he hasn't. He's still seeing people being abducted. Have you stopped warrant corruption in your government? Definitely, he has not. Have you implemented the 172 promises that we promised Kenyans in 2022 when I was in Kenya Kwanza? Definitely he has not. And therefore, as to that time, a decision will be made based on those issues. But for me to come on national television and say that I will not speak to this one, I will not, I'll be lying. Everybody speaks to everyone. Let Kenyans speak. Let us not cocoon ourselves in these parties. At the end of the day, you will see the party leaders shaking hands. And we shouldn't divide our country on political lines. That is how we start losing a country. Let us have people talking. I can appear on the same photograph with you, but that does not mean that I subscribe to your model of leading.
Yeah. One asks the question then, what will it take for the political class to regain trust from Kenyans? Because seemingly that is lost.
Definitely that is lost. And I want to ask the people, exercise your democracy on the ballot. Yeah. Just if you think that a certain leader has betrayed the trust or the belief you had in him, just vote him out. So it all goes back to the people who elect these leaders. Yeah, and that is the architecture of our democracy.
Okay.
Yep.
So Cleophas Malala has said that we're not ruling anything out.
We're not ruling anything out.
But you're not a mole.
I am not a mole. I am a friend to everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a friend to everyone. I speak to everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll not stop speaking to everyone. Even in the near future, even when I become president of Kenya, I'll unite Kenyans.
Did he build your house?
Of course, he was a contractor.
He was.
He was a foreman
in building your house.
Yeah.
He's a deputy party.
It was open bidding or direct?
No, it was direct. He was my friend. I helped him.
He helped you. He was your friend. You gave him a contract.
And you see, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. You know, you cannot edit somebody's past.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah. If I was your friend in the past, you cannot go and edit
and say
that we were not friends.
Yeah.
Truth be told, I was a friend to William Ruto. We disagreed politically, and we are where we are. I am saying William Ruto to go one term.
Okay.
But that does not mean that he was never my friend before. And therefore wanting to associate me with William Ruto. And if you want to call every person a mole because of his past association with William Ruto, then all DCP members are moles. Because now the biggest mole will be Rigathi Gachagua, because
if that's
he was
what
the deputy. If that is what you're insinuating, I was the Secretary General. You are always calling me a mole because I was William Ruto's Secretary General, and because of my association with him in the past. Then the biggest mole in DCP should be Rigathi Gachagua, because he was the deputy of William Samoei Ruto, if that is what people are looking for. But as we speak right now, a political engagements are dynamic. We keep on changing minds as we move on. You remember the very, very people who impeached Rigathi Gachagua, one of them being Edwin Sifuna. He's now in talking terms with Gachagua.
So anything can happen.
So is Edwin Sifuna a mole? No. So to me, we are saying we exist in the normal space and a realistic space, political space in Kenya, and therefore we are not any different characters. I speak to everybody. I will continue speaking to everybody. You saw me speaking to Governor Oparanya. I went to visit him in his office.
You did?
Yeah, and we spoke. But that does not mean that I've crossed over. And that also does not mean that Oparanya has crossed over. I'll be going to see I'll be going to see Mzee Francis Atwoli.
Okay.
He cast me, I must undo that cast by going to see him and asking Mzee, come on, why did you cast me? Let us have a candid talk with you.
Do tell us
we emanate from the same community. He's an elder from my community. I will go visit him. Nobody can stop me from talking to people.
Sawa. He's the deputy party leader of DCP, Cleophas Malala. Thank you for being here this morning. Don't be a stranger. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Na naweza tumako salamu.
Oh my God, one.
Yeah, natuma salamu kwa wakazi wa Kakamega.
Okay.
Just asking them to, as we head toward the elections, you have an opportunity now to choose the right governor that befits to lead Kakamega County. I believe I have all the requirements to lead the Kakamega County people. I have been there as an MCA. I was the deputy speaker of Kakamega. I have been played a role of bringing money to the county as a senator, and I have the requisite experience to ensure that I lead Kakamega to its desired destination. So I want to send my salamus to the people of Kakamega who are watching, especially those ones from Navakolo, Kiribati sub-county.
Sawa, sawa.
That is where I emanate. By the way, I come from Navakholo, sub-county in Kakamega. And just to say I love you all, I treasure you, na munikumbukeko.
Asante sana. Good morning at 9 o'clock.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. The government borrowed more than 416 billion shillings in new external financing between January and April 2026 to support budget operations, debt management and development projects. According to a National Treasury report submitted to Parliament, the borrowing included a 291 billion shillings international sovereign bond and 7 loans from development partners and financial institutions. The sovereign bond issued in February 2026 will support liability management and the budget, while the other loans will finance programs in education, affordable housing, climate resilience and energy. The Treasury says the funding will support government priorities under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and enhance delivery of public services. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki is expected in Machakos County today, where he will issue land title deeds to about 1,000 residents of Yatta constituency. According to his schedule, Kindiki will first open the land department offices in Kithimani Market along the Thika-Garissa Highway before handing over the titles. The exercise is expected to address long-standing land disputes among residents who have lacked official ownership documents. And Taita Taveta Senator John Mwaruma has criticized county leaders he accuses of using the ODM-UDA partnership to gain political advantage ahead of the 2027 general election. Mwaruma singled out Governor Andrew Mwadime, alleging he's seeking closer ties with ODM after facing challenges within UDA. The senator said the broad-based government arrangement does not prevent the two parties from fielding separate candidates in the next election. Mwaruma has also announced his intention to vie for the Taita Taveta gubernatorial seat next year.
Na tunasema kwamba ODM iko saina structure vizuri, tumefanya elections, tuko na county coordinating committee. Kama kuna mtu yote anataka kuita ODM, lazima afuate structure ya chama na tualike akiwa amefuata structure ya chama. Kama ataita watu ambao ni ODM na hajawaita kama watu wa ODM as individuals, sisi hatuna shida. But ukifuata with all the branches za Taita Taveta kuja kuketi na wao, na wewe si mwanachama wa ODM, wewe mwanachama wa UDA, hiyo hatakubali. Kwa sababu UDA na ODM wako ndio katika broad based government, lakini hivi ni vyama viwili ambavyo viko in competition. Na UDA watasimamisha mtu kama ni governor na ODM itasimamisha governor.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very good morning to you, and into the final hour of the conversation this morning in the Situation Room. Thank you for being here. It's 11 minutes past 9 o'clock, and we continue this morning. But before we do...
You want me to bomber you?
Yes.
Let me tell you about it. So there is an engine, a silent engine that continues to propel this country forward, and that would be the petroleum products that we do have as a country. And that is being made possible by Kenya Pipeline Company, where then we are able to move product from the port of Mombasa to the lakeside city of Kisumu and all the way to Uganda, and that then speaks to integration that is very key in making sure that economies of both these countries do work. But aside from that, there is also the aspect where we are investing into smart students in our communities and societies so that they graduate, come back, plug into the economy and ensure that the economy continues to move forward. But remember, how is this done? 1,700 kilometers of pipeline that has been laid down, state of the art, that is automated, where we are able to monitor what is happening, fix where we have a leakage and all this, to ensure that the product you get at the end of the day is of good quality, that is trusted and is safe for you. So Kenya Pipeline Company is telling you that ukuaji wetu ni bomba letu, or bomba letu
ukuaji letu
wetu. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Yeah.
Kabisa. All right. And you may have realized that in the last couple of months, you're paying a little bit, well, actually, you may be paying the same thing, but you're getting a little bit less in terms of the tokens that you get. So we're getting into that conversation this morning to try and understand exactly what has been going on. And perhaps even ask this question about, will there ever be a time where we'll be able to get more for what we buy? And that is concerning your units. Dr. John Mutua is the Director of Economic Regulation and Strategy with IPRA, which is the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority. And we're addressing Kenya's rising cost of electricity this morning. Dr. Mutua, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Situation Room this morning. Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room. It's interesting that we're talking energy and electricity and heat this morning, and that is exactly where you are. Before we get into things, what we normally do is you go around the African continent every week. We land in a different country. Dennis then brings you the proverbs, and we'd love for you to interpret that today.
What she's not telling you is that when I came back, I gave her chocolates laced with vanilla. Why? Because Madagascar, where we are today, is the biggest manufacturer, producer of vanilla and exporter of the same in the world. But that aside, it is equally the fourth largest island in the world. And their wildlife, 90% of the wildlife they have can only be found in that country. So if you are a lover of wildlife, once you leave Madagascar, you'll never see that anywhere else. But the proverb this morning: advice is a stranger. If he's welcomed, he stays for the night. If not, he leaves the same day. How would you interpret it?
Well, thank you, Dennis. I do believe when you are advising, you need to be as objective as you can. And if that advice is not fairly taken, then maybe whatever you are advising may not be taken in. So it's not necessarily to leave, but to ensure that you provide a balanced advisory that at the end of the day will be able to result in tangible results, positive result with impact. Yeah.
Indeed.
Well said.
Well said.
Yeah.
Even as we then get into this conversation this hour, then to then be able to look at what it means for cost of electricity and why that seems to be going up all the time. We can start with that.
Thank you, Nduh, for the question, and thank you again for having me. On behalf of EPRA, we are grateful. The cost of electricity is one that is important to citizens. Because it powers homes and also to industries. Manufacturing sector depends on it, and that's why it's always important to ensure that the cost of electricity that is passed to consumers is cost reflective. You have to ensure that the costs that are built into it are prudent, and it's not like the cost of electricity has been going up. The last tariff review for Kenya was done in the year 2023. And at that point, of course, when you look at what Kenyans were buying, the cost of maybe 10 units was about 200 shillings and 16. That was the cost of 10 units. We approved the tariff. Today, actually, that tariff is lower. What we are paying between now and 2023 today is lower. But I think what has happened in the last 1 month, I think the forex adjustment, because there has not been any increase in the non-fuel and charge rate, was that the forex adjustment increased slightly by almost 73 cents. And that is why maybe when consumers look at the bill of last month compared to what they are paying now this month, there is a slight increase, but very slight increase. But the reason is that of course, Kenya Power, had a loan that was due. And this loan is paid the month of December and June. And the slight increase actually is as a result of high volume of transactions on Forex. Otherwise, the other fundamentals remained fairly constant.
One would ask the question then, are they right or are they mistaken to think that because of the loan that was due that we saw high bill rate because Kenya Power had to meet its obligation? So that means that was put there to help Kenya Power pay the debt.
Basically, and thank you, Dennis, for that question. The way electricity tariffs are set, because these are conversations that we may not even end here today, but we can now also have another time. When you look at the way the kilowatt that you consume in your house every day, it is coming after various investments have been done. There is what we call generation cost. Generation cost is where you're putting up a geothermal power plant, you're putting up a wind power plant or a thermal power plant or a solar plant in place, so that then you can get the kilowatts. Then after the kilowatt has been generated, normally then it has to be transmitted to the load centers. For example, Lake Turkana Wind is 426 kilometers away from here. So the electrons have to actually travel almost 430 kilometers to get to a citizen who is in Nairobi. So there is a transmission cost that has to be paid for. Then, in addition to the transmission cost, there is distribution cost. Distribution cost is where you get the power now from the transmission system and you take it to the house. So we have various voltages. In Kenya, transmission lines are considered at 500 DC. That is the biggest line that we have. Then we have 400 kV and 220 and 132. Those are considered transmission lines. Then 66 kV, 11 kV, 33 kV are considered distribution level. So, of course, now the voltage also determines. The investments have to be done. So when you look at the tariff then that is paid, it actually ensures that you include the cost of generation, transmission, distribution. And then in addition to that, there is also the investment cost, because when you are buying electricity or when you are putting a power plant, you don't have your own money. You have to borrow money. And also you have to actually install capex. Like, for example, the wind plants, you see your wind turbines, you have to actually have somebody design them for you and ship them to Kenya. So you have to pay for that capex. So then, so we are talking about payment of the capex, the return on investment, paying for the senior debt, like the debt for 20 years, 30 years that has to be paid for. And of course, then the adjustment that have to be done. And the reason why Forex, for example, is adjusted is because the investors do not have control of the macroeconomic environment. And that's why most of the investors who come to Kenya, they want to actually be adjusted for Forex and also for inflation, because that is those are fundamentals that they are not able to actually have control of. Yeah, because we can control our own inflation here, but we another person who is buying a turbine from another country may look at that as a risk, and they want to be actually cushioned for that.
The cost of the power that Kenya is using at the moment, is it expensive compared to what it could be using in terms of another source? Geothermal versus solar, for example?
No, I think the cost that we are paying, I would say it is cost reflective. Because it's cost reflective from how much are we buying it from. Geothermal power, for example, we have 1,000 megawatts of geothermal power in this country. But in terms of power generation, geothermal gives us about 45% of the power that we have. But then we get geothermal on average 7 shillings. So that is the average price of geothermal. But you consider the geothermals for Kenyan, geothermal private sector, about 7 shillings. Hydropower that we have, about 800 megawatts. But because of seasonalities, again, out of 800 megawatts, you are sure of getting about 550 in a year. And that comes at about 4 shillings. The reason why 4 shillings is because those dams were done many years ago, some during colonial period, during the first administration, second administration, fourth administration, and you find those dams have been paid off. And so the tariff is usually lower at 4 shillings. Because the dams, and the dams belongs to some, like the 105 in Takwel, belongs to Kerio Valley Development Authority. The other dams in the Masinga Cascade, they belong to Talda. So Kenyan has, of course, has leased them, and now they are using power to generate them. Now, solar, we are getting solar. Of course, so the solar we are getting at 12 US cents. Solar costs have come down. So I think what is going to happen is that the next round of solar projects that are going to be signed and wind, they will be coming at a lower cost.
So my question was that, is what is being used significantly more expensive than what could be used than it is? Because if you're talking about 12 US cents, that's about a shilling, a little bit more than a shilling, compared to the 4 shillings for hydro and the 7 shillings for geothermal that you spoke about. So why is solar not being explored more? Because we're talking about 45% for hydro and another 55%? no, 45% geothermal
45% and 25%
hydro.
Yeah.
So the rest comes from other sources.
Yeah.
Whereas because solar cannot be counted on 100%, also because of infrastructure issues, it is cheaper. Is it being explored then as a replacatory source because of its cost? Because I would imagine that if the going in cost is cheaper, then what we complain at the micro level then would be cheaper for Kenyans.
Yeah, maybe just a correction that when I talk about 12 US cents, that is like 15 shillings per kilowatt hour for solar. You know, those are the contracts that are there at the moment. So solar is still more expensive than hydro and than geothermal.
Okay.
But what we are saying, future contracts that are going to be signed, because the cost of solar since the time we signed the contracts has come down by almost 60%.
Okay.
That benefit is going to be seen the next round of PPAs that KPLC will be signing, where they will be signing cheaper cost. But I think coming to solar and the wire solar, we cannot rely on it 100%. A year has 8,760 hours. That's the number of hours in a year, 8,760. Out of those 8,760, when you look at a day, and a good solar day in Kenya is about 7 hours. So out of 24 hours, you have 7 hours of good solar. That is like 24% of the time. So when you look at the power plants that we have 210 megawatts of solar in this country, all the way from Garissa Solar, some in Uasin Gishu and Malindi Solar at the coast.
Yes.
So what you find is that, and we are in the equator. We have realized as Kenya we are in the equator. So we have actually a part of one of the highest solar hours in the country. But you can only get 7 hours. If you add battery storage, you'll get maybe another 1 hour. So that means that by the time we get what we call peak demand, you know the way demand in this country is, it is high in the morning, what we call morning peak, and then the peak hours of 2,543 megawatts, we are getting that at 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m. Now around that time, we don't have solar. Solar begins, good solar power is from 8:39 in the morning, like right now. It will continue until 5 p.m. And at that point, the production, if you go to the National Control Center, you find solar almost becomes zero by the time you get to 6 p.m. So you have to use other sources of energy.
I want to come back to the power producers that you talk about, because we kind of glossed over these contracts, which have Kenya in a chokehold at the moment because of how that contracting was done. Now, independent power producers, who are they?
Well, independent power producers, these are private sector investors who have come to the Kenyan space.
Yes.
To invest, of course, provide a service and electricity to Kenya. So for that, that power is going to be used by Kenyans and manufacturers.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, you know, we in 1997 is when now Kenya unbundled electricity. And unbundling meant that we introduced private sector players. So we had the first IPPs, Sabo Power, that ran by the Aga Khan services. That was the first IPP that was introduced. It has been retired in 2019. And of course, we have Imbera Africa. Another 52 megawatts has also been retired. Those were the first IPPs. Normally, the reason why IPP is coming, because the government may not have all the money to build the infrastructure. And we have even seen now we are leaning towards PPPs, the public-private partnerships, because you need the private capital to come in. But if the cost of if the environment of doing business is good, all over the private sector has been developing infrastructure. There is nothing wrong with that. Because
that's understood. But these two major ones that have been retired, that there are others that have come in, isn't it?
Yeah.
But what we are met with, unfortunately, is poor contracting, because Kenya is still locked in a situation where no matter whether you use the power that has been generated, you are paying for it.
Yeah.
And that cost is translated into what we pay in our tokens.
Okay.
So there's bad contracting that took place. Power is being produced. It's not being utilized, but Kenyans are paying for it anyway. So how can you be sure that going into so one way we can be sure about going into the future and hoping for lower electricity bills when we pay the token is that to ensure the contracting at the table is not as myopic as it was before. Is that not one surefire way of reducing the cost on the pockets of Kenyans?
Well, thank you, Nduh, for that question. And I mean, that is a concern of many Kenyans. But what I can tell you is that it is not always what you hear. That is not always the right thing. What happens is that when it comes to contracting a power purchase, an IPP to come, independent power producer, of course you have to look for value for money. The country has to ensure that they undertake viability, they look at financial viability of the project, also economic visibility, and also technical issues. So the PPAs that have been signed, because most PPAs, the longest PPA is 25 years. The ones for diesel power plants, about 20 years. Wind, again, 20 years, solar, 20 years. Geothermal is 25, and also solar. Although hydropower can also be 25 years. Now, the issue of having a healthy contracts, what I can say, that is not entirely true. Not true at all.
It's not true at all?
True at all. So
all the power that's being produced is being utilized in Kenya?
Yeah, you see, the reason is, and I give you an example. When you let's say, like, for example, I know capacity payments. When, for example, a thermal power plant, let's say you are talking about a diesel generator, for example. We can talk about even that we have Triumph Power, we have Thika Power, we have Ibera Africa, we have Rabai Power.
Yes.
We have 565 megawatts of thermal power in this country. And the PPA for these power plants, normally it has what we call capacity payment, okay? And then we have energy, and then we have there's a fuel component of it. So 3 parts. Why CapEx? And that is where now the confusion comes in, when people say we are paying for something that we are not using. For example, I know most people, like you couldn't be a farmer. When you're a farmer and you are buying a tractor, a massive on tractor is about 4.5 million shillings, okay? Isn't it? When you buy that tractor, I want you to use that as an interpretation to understand the capacity payment. When you pay 4.5 million, you get your tractor. But you only use that tractor during the peak hours. During the rain season, when you are planting, during the long rains, before the long rains, and before the short rains. That is when planting happens. If the rains are not there, then you park. When there is no farming, you park the tractor. It couldn't be 50% of the time in the year. That tractor will just be parked there. There's less work. But then that means that the bank, if you have borrowed 4.5 million shillings from a bank, it means the bank will expect your payments every end of the month, isn't it?
But it also means that when I was looking at my land and I was buying this capacity tractor, then I would also realize that perhaps I didn't need this capacity, and then maybe I needed a lower or less capacity engine. No? Or maybe I could use oxen and a plow. I don't know. I'm thinking that, would you not see and say, well, the power needs are thus, and project. That's why you have actuaries who would then project and say it's possible that with population growth and infrastructure development going towards 2063, this is what we would need. And that's why I talk about myopic contracting, because don't all of those things come into consideration then when you say it's very possible that at some point during the year we would rest this power. So then why would it then come into the contracting if you know ahead of time that it is not going to be utilized? This is my question, and I would need to then be made clear on how that works exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So now, let's talk about the capacity payment and why it has to be paid.
Yeah.
Because that is what actually installed the CapEx. That is what enables you to actually get into EPC contract and install a power plant in Okaria or Lake Turkana. So the capacity payment when you look at the price of a diesel plant, for example, the capacity payment is about 5 shillings.
Okay.
So that one you'll always pay per kilowatt hour, whether the power plant is being utilized or not. Okay. And then there is energy of about 1 shilling per kilowatt hour. And then the fuel is about 18 shillings because the fuel is a pass-through. And that's why you find our PPAs, and even the way we actually do our tariffs, we adjust for fuel, we adjust for forex, and also WAMA levy, and also inflation adjustment. But basically, the reason why you need a diesel power plant, for example, we have 565 of them. And I want Kenyans to know that it's not necessarily those power plants are bad. They are good. Today, as we speak, demand of electricity, 15th of July this year, we have gotten another peak demand of 2,549 megawatts. Now you have 1,000 megawatts of geothermal. You have another 500 or 600 megawatts of hydro. And then like Turkana, we have another 300, and the Kipeto is 100 megawatts. So it means actually, even with all those other power plants, you are not able to meet the power demand. So you have to fire in the thermal power plants. Mostly those thermal power plants are usually like switched on in the morning for peaking. They are called peaking plants. So they are switched on in the morning, maybe about 2 hours or 3 hours, and again from 5 p.m. to about 10 p.m. Again, they have to be fired because the demand always goes higher than during the normal day. Because during the day, demand is about 1,800. At night, it goes to 2,400, 2,500 megawatts right now. And that's where now you find these power plants has to come in. The only other alternative we have is to import more. That's why you have seen sometimes we have imported power from Ethiopia, additional capacity, and also Uganda in order to meet the peak demand. But otherwise, we do that. But again, also when you look at it, out of the 2,500 megawatts we are talking about peak demand, 93% of our power is renewable. So we only actually dispatch, like this past month, only 7% of power was actually dispatched from thermal power plants. So we ensure that we don't dispatch as much because so that we manage the fuel. Yeah, so you actually, we have what we call economic merit order. You dispatch the least cheapest technology or renewables, like all the wind or solar has to be dispatched. Then now you go to the other least expensive until you get the gas turbine in Moroni, which is the most expensive. Yeah.
I mean, we're taking a break.
We're taking a break right now. Let's take a quick one, and then we'll come back and look into some of these. I know you have a question about some of these things, and then what leads us back to what Kenyans need, because this makes sense on a certain level, but then we go back to what Kenyans would need for the all of this to make more sense. And of course, the fuel and energy question comes into play. We're talking with Dr. Mutua this morning, and we're looking at what it means in your token box. We'll be back after this.
Thank you.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Okay, so that traffic that was on North Airport Road heading out towards Embakasi has more or less dissipated, and we're not looking at too much of that right now. Into the CBDs where most of the action is taking place today, and a little bit of traffic still at the Pangani underpass. Ring Road Westlands is busy. We're looking at going through the back way from Lavington, then onto James Gishuru with some busyness happening. Going towards Wayaki Way on James Gishuru, and there's some traffic on Gong Road this morning heading out towards the city as well. Apart from that, we're more or less out of traffic hour. Okay, so good stuff. Let's talk and keep things moving through the day. SpiceFM KE on X.
Hi there, it's Yolanda Mulwa. Your mid-mornings just got a lot sweeter. We're celebrating a massive milestone because our friends over at the Karen Hub are turning 10. And they're not just celebrating for a day, they've lined up something incredible every single day from July the 12th to August the 2nd. I'm talking Wellness Wednesdays, Fashion Fridays, exclusive anniversary store offers, and a massive weekend experience you cannot afford to miss. Want to know how you can be a part of the celebration? Then tune in to Sugar and Spice every weekday from 11 a.m. and get all the details.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue our conversation this morning, and we're looking at a power one, and with Dr. Mutua this morning.
Yep. And even as we still talk about matters to do with power, the contractual aspect of it forever remains a problem that Kenyans want to understand. And for example, even right now with us importing power, there is always issues to do with the contracts where you find prices within which we buy vis-a-vis that which ends up being what Kenyans pay for has always been the problem. Case in point, even the recent contract between Kenya and Ethiopia, many are asking, does it make sense for us to import at that price? Because at the end of the day, we are not seeing any incentives that goes towards R&D locally that would help even Kenyans themselves be power producers. I'm going to give you an example. If there was incentives in Kenyans setting up solar powers in their houses and store that power, and in the event of excess, they can transfer that to the grid, and that comes a way of them getting to pay less at the end of the day whenever they're being charged. We are not seeing that happening in the country yet. We are busy importing, and still the contracts are a problem. Until when will we say that we're getting towards power purchasing agreements that make sense for Mwananchi? Because where Kenyans are, we are being chokehold because of bad contracts.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. I think to set the record straight, we have a long-term PPA with Ethiopia for 200 megawatts. And then by the entire PPA is 400 megawatts. So by the end of December, we will be getting 400 megawatts from Ethiopia. And the price for that is 6.5 US cents per kilowatt hour. I think what was picked from the media the other day is when the MD of Kenya Power signing an energy exchange in Ethiopia, that was totally different from the power purchase agreement. That is an energy exchange that is between KPLC and the Ethiopia utility. And what happens in Moyale and Sololo, we don't have the national network there. So what the government of Kenya, in the spirit of East African cooperation, East African community, and this is also had to do with the single electricity market that we are anticipating 2050 in Africa. Kenya and Ethiopia have agreed for Ethiopia to bring their distribution network into Moyale and Sololo. And that is where, because that price in Sololo, 15 US cents, is on distribution level supply from Ethiopia. So they have actually generated the power, they have transmitted and distributed it there at 15 US cents. What it means is that because the customers who are there are still metered by KPLC, they are paying the 19 shillings everybody else is paying. But the reason why that power is different from the one for PPA, 6.5 a PPA, 15 US cents for the one in Moyale and Sololo, is because there are different levels. One is a distribution, because KPLC rely 100% on the Ethiopian side to supply the homes in Moyale and Sololo. So I think I wanted to make that clarification.
Am I hearing you say that the distribution infrastructure in Moyale is being done by Ethiopia?
Up to the border. Because you are bringing that power at low voltage.
Yes.
Yeah, that is Ethiopian network. And then what has happened is that now from there, the Kenya Power now builds their whole network to distribute to their Kenyans. We have about 10,000 people who live around Moyale. So they are actually connected to the Ethiopian grid. And that power is now the one that is coming at 15 US cents. Otherwise, the 200 megawatts PPA, the 400 megawatt PPA is at 6.5. Yeah.
And even as we talk about that power that is coming in from Ethiopia, does it make economical sense for the country to import that from Ethiopia? Because you look at, for example, a country like Uganda, one of our listeners is telling us that if you look at their sugar sector, sugar industries, their sole purpose is to produce energy. It comes to sugar as a byproduct, right? And that is what they are doing. We are also, correct me if I'm wrong, we're also importing electricity from Uganda because they have that they can supply to us. Yet we have IPRA, or the energy stakeholders in the country. We have all these sugar factories in Kenya that are going under. So as one would ask then, where we look at Kenya operating at a deficit, yet we have facilities that are able to produce energy, what is the role in having these discussions to revive these factories so that aside from farmers benefiting, we equally getting power at an affordable rate? Are these conversations that take place, or is it just about let's go for the easiest thing to do, which is to import power?
Okay, thank you, Dennis. And I agree with you that the sugar factories, of course, their potential to generate electricity and export that power to the grid. And actually did, as we speak today, the number of sugar factories, we have maybe 6 factories or more. Most of them are power plant installed, but they are using that power for their own use within the factory. Mumia Sugar, for example, in 2006, they signed a PPA with KPLC of about 26 megawatts. But then they were not able to sustain that supply because they ran out of bagasse. Because the bagasse is the waste that comes from the sugar for when you are milling sugar. So that is a bagasse that you now use to burn it and you generate electricity. And I like the reforms that are already taking place in the sugar belt today. And the government is very focused on importing less of sugar. But then you manufacture, you mill, you plant sugar cane, because without the sugar cane, there is no bagasse. So as we talk now, we have also been we have been talking with the Minister of Agriculture as we speak, the National Treasury, the Minister of Energy and other stakeholders, so that we can be able to actually benefit from the excess that is going to be produced by these sugar factories. And because, as I said, at the moment, there is a PPA that even Mumia Sugar could not meet because they could not get enough bagasse that could be converted to electricity. But when you look at our least cost power development plan, when you look at we are planning for 20 years, already we have factored in about 200 to 300 megawatts that we know can come from the sugar factories. If, for example, the industries are sustained, they are more profitable, they can make money. And we have within the feed-in tariffs, actually, we have a special tariff that we have actually allocated for the bagasse. Yeah, so that you are selling with a certain incentive, because then the power is also renewable. And then there's something that you mentioned that is important, that you talked about the solar in the homes and whether we can be able to benefit. As we speak, as a regulator, we have actually introduced the net metering regulations. And it means if you have a home and you have installed solar panels, you can be able to export that power to the national grid. And either you bank your energy in the grid by way of reducing your bills, or you can also get a check out of it. It happens in other countries in Europe. But I think the future of electricity, whether we are looking at the bagasse or the exports and the imports from Ethiopia, because we also are exporting again to Tanzania as well, is about connectivity. The entire Europe, when you look at the Nordic countries, the Norway, the Denmark, almost the entire Europe has power pools. And all countries are interconnected. Even when you look at a country like the US, you find the West Coast states, or the West Coast, East Coast, they also have power pools. Within East Africa, we are also going to be having a power pool. And we have actually advanced. As we speak, actually this week, there is a meeting taking place in Nairobi this week, with the Independent Regulator Board, that is for the countries within the East African Power Pool. And we are anticipating that the market is going to be launched. The market is going to be operated in Ethiopia. The market operator is going to be in Egypt. The Secretariat of EAPP is in Addis. The regulator sits in Uganda, and the settlement bank is KCB here in Kenya. So we are anticipating once that market goes live, then we are going to see sharing of resources, competition in the way we are going to be pricing electricity, whether it is maybe 1 year ahead, 1 year contracts, 2 year contract, 5 year contract, or even what we call day ahead market, whereby you can actually pay for electricity that you use tomorrow, and you actually say, I'm going to use electricity for tomorrow, so I want a price for tomorrow.
The interesting thing about some of these other economies that you reference is that there is more than one company that's involved. And so you have very many people competing for your money in terms of providing you with power. In Kenya, you have one KPLC. Could that contribute to the problem, whereby if perhaps you opened up the door to allow other providers to come in, what you do is then you invite price competition, and that will force people to either lower their prices in order to remain relevant in the market. But today, you don't have a choice. You want to put the lights on, you're going through KPLC. You don't have a choice. Would this affect the price if you had more people playing? And I'm not talking about from a regulatory point of view, or from a power provider or producer, or rather from a power producer point of view. I'm talking about a provider. So you take what you get. You don't have an option. And so when we look at what affects the pocket, it's because on the buffet where it says we have a variety of servings, you only have meat. So it's either you take meat or you take meat. But if you had other people offering you lower tariffs, a bandwidth or a bundle whereby you had power, increasing and decreasing as per when you use it, perhaps it would lessen the pain. Does that make sense?
Nduh, that makes sense. That is a very good observation. And as we speak today, we have actually the month of May, quietly a lot happened. The Cabinet Secretary actually gazetted the electricity market, bulk supply, and open access regulation into law, meaning that we are going to transition from the single buyer model that we do have, where Kenya Power has been buying all the power from IPPs, and there has been what the customers see where they are paying bills, KPLC. But I think that is not the case anymore. But even as we speak, I want also to say that Two Rivers, for example, Two Rivers Mall, we have a company called Athena's Power that is licensed by HEPRA that reticulates and actually distributes electricity within Two Rivers. All the hotels you see, Two Rivers, or the malls, they are not actually supplied by KPLC. It is actually Athena's Power owned by Two Rivers. Again, Tatu City. Tatu City is I think, almost 30 kilometers from here. Tatu Power is actually licensed by HEPRA to distribute power within Tatu City. There is no KPLC there. Yes, they buy power at KPLC at 66 kV, but also they have their own solar plant there. But the future is competition, and I do agree with what Nduh has said, that we need more option in this country, and that is the essence of the electricity market regulation that we are now implementing, because we are going to actually introduce competition. And I think if you have been looking at the media, you have seen the Minister of Energy has set out transaction advisory to actually undertake the first competitive procurement for solar and battery storage, because you want to test the market with that pilot. Then what will happen is that whenever you are planning for 20 years and you want to introduce, you want actually to have 1,000 megawatts from the market, maybe 200 megawatts from the thermal, another 300 megawatts from wind, you go to the market and you get a competitive price. So that is what is going to happen. Now within distribution, KPLC is no longer going to be the sole distributor. As I said, we have pockets of small, even Sarit Sender, Sarit Mall, they actually distribute their own power. Great Wall, on Mombasa Road, they distribute their own power. Even Lab Trust, they have Freedom Heights in Langata. They have their own power that they actually buy from KPLC and distribute and meter. The tokens we are talking about, they actually meter their own customers. But the good thing is that with the electricity market regulation, we are formalizing the market. Right now, even as we speak, we have 630 megawatts of captive power that have been licensed by HEPRA, not supplied by KPLC, generated and sold to a factory by other companies, private companies that are doing that. And the prices they are giving discounts of 40% what KPLC has. And I think that has been the beginning of competition. But now going forward, what we are seeing, and borrowing even from what has happened in Egypt, Egypt had one utility, generating, transmitting, and distributing. What they have done, they now have about 6 distribution companies. I cannot rule out in Kenya that we are not going to have either KPLC, because like for Egypt, what they did, they actually split. So they have this old incumbent called the Egyptian Power, but it owns those distribution companies. But then they are able to compete for the same kilowatts, just like anybody else. And I think in Kenya, what we are doing now with that legislation in place is to actually now see electricity market being introduced. And then also we are opening up the transmission systems, such that any person who is willing to generate power, they can use the transmission system. It's just like the expressway. When you want to use the expressway from Mulolongo to Westlands, and you have to pay. So when you are joining the expressway, you pay, and you use it as you exit in Westlands. The same way, if you want to use the system, you can buy power from even or carrier, from Kengen or even from IPPs, and you actually pay for that, get that power at your factory, and use the system, use the transmission system, and you pay what we call a wheeling charge. So even we'll be able to compute like what will be the average cost of using a transmission line in Kenya, or even a distribution line. But there are conditions. If you are going to be wheeling your power from through the transmission system, you have to actually utilize, you have to actually show that you can use more than 10 MVS, like 10 megawatts for the transmission system, and 1 MVA for the distribution system. So we are working towards a power market. I think Kenya, I think from the leadership, we have seen Kenya wants to be like Singapore. I saw yesterday a report also that has been produced that we want to be a first world. In Singapore, the electricity market operator is the stock exchange, is the Singapore Stock Exchange, is the one that actually matches demand and supply, and it works perfectly. And we are seeing, like in Kenya, we are going to have a market operator who will be different from KPLC, and their work is to match demand and supply, and then you remove all these conflicts of interest, and then also what happened is that the market will be more competitive, and many other people, because I'm very happy that right now as we speak in Kenya, we have actually sort of made some of the utilities as government-owned enterprise. So they will become more commercial in nature, in the way they look, the way they are governed, transparency and all that. And that will be able to improve their investment outlook and even get more investors who may want to put money in. And also the infrastructure fund, for example, the National Infrastructure Fund. That is going to be another big change for us. The reason why Ethiopia has been doing big plans, because they have the Ethiopian Holding Company, which operates like the National Infrastructure Fund. And that is the fund that invests in big generation projects. And even our fund, if it is utilized actually to build big dams, build big geothermal power plants, then actually we'll be leveraging on a cheaper power in the future.
I mean, at the center of it all, if you look at an economy that invites investors in to set up manufacturing, at the core of it is power availability and cost of it, because everybody else will talk about cost of doing business, a good environment for doing business, but if you don't have enough power, and even power that is available is expensive and costly, no one wants to invest. So from where you sit as EPRA then, with all these concerns that do exist, there ought to be conversations around incentivizing companies that are setting up in the country to provide this power, as well as having conversations around the cost of electricity for us to say the economy is moving forward. From where it is you sit and the cost of power, is it a concern that is stopping the economy from moving forward at the pace at which it ought to?
Thank you, Dennis. And yes, that is a major concern, and that's a very good question. When you look at the manufacturing sector in Kenya, we are maybe 7-8% of the GDP. But we want to take it to about 15% of the GDP. And in order to do that, then you need to actually reduce the cost of electricity. So what we have done, even with the current tariffs that we have what we call time of use tariff. So we know that during the night, when almost the domestics goes to sleep, the industries, most of them operate 24 hours. But we do believe that we have geothermal power, we have wind power, and also we do have hydropower during the night that can actually be utilized by industries and actually increase their production. And that's why we actually introduce a time of use tariff, whereby like when you're consuming those extra units during the night, then you benefit from a 50% reduction. But it came with some conditions, which the conditions we have been actually discussed with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the National Treasury, and the Ministry of Energy. And actually beginning this month of August, we are going to actually effect by removing some of those thresholds that are very constraining. So that if you are consuming units at night, then you are going to be actually charged at 50%. And that is being done actually to encourage manufacturers. And so that then if you are consuming from 10 p.m. to 6 in the morning, then you benefit from a 50% reduction on your energy charge rate. And that will go a long way actually to introduce tariffs. And to actually lower the tariffs, the overall tariff the manufacturers are paying. And this works for when you have smart meters, for example, because we have a meter that reads what we call high rate and raw rate. Because initially we had like small commercials, like the small industry that their meter was not smart. It could not actually differentiate between the high rate and raw rate. And some of them were not benefiting. But I think Kenya Power right now, they have done a proactive expansion of having more smart meters. And almost all the industries now, almost the 4,000 industries we have, they are now on smart meters, as well as small commercial. They're also working to ensure they have smart meters. But I think going forward, this is just a stand measure, because KPLC pulled out the tariff application they had made, which was supposed to be effected in July 1st. So meaning we are now still on the tariff that it was applicable in the month of June. We cannot change it until they submit again, and we go out to the stakeholders, for example. But what I can say is that the future is very bright with now the power market regulations in place. Having even we have also other special tariff like special economic zone tariffs for 10 shillings, and also EVs. We're also having electric mobility. The number of vehicles in Kenya, actually, in the last 3 years, we have seen an increase of almost 40,000 vehicles, and our consumption of electricity actually has increased from almost 1 gigawatt hour to about 10 gigawatt hours. We are talking about 10 million kilowatt hours that now are going to EVs. The reason why EVs are consuming more electricity, the buses you are seeing, and worldwide, public transport is usually driven by electric mobility, using electricity. And so we are designing tariffs that are going to be powering transportation, powering industries, SMEs, but also the most important is having a market where other instruments, as I said, it's good to joke about Singapore because that is where we want to go. Singapore, they have so many instruments where banks actually provide specific interest, specific concessional loans to companies that are investing in the sector. And you'll be seeing even in our country anytime from now as we move by. Yeah.
With all of these things taken into consideration, can we say that it's very possible that moving forward into the future, we will actually see lower costs of electricity?
Definitely, yes. The cost of electricity going into the future, even going into the next month, what you see next month, the forex adjustment will come down because I explained the shock that happened because of the high volumes of transaction that was done in June for units built in July. But going forward, we are going to see a reduction. And again, also because as we embrace more competition in generation, we are going to be signing solar PPAs, not at 12 US cents, but some at 7, at 6, as we embrace the market. And again, also, this power we are importing from our neighbors. Once we have the East African Power Pool in place, our companies, our utilities will be able even to purchase at the most competitive price. Because when you are buying from a market, you go for the cheapest. And I think the benefits of the market and also use of open access, so that also we reduce wastage. All these things will build into a lower cost. But also we are also saying that when it comes to maybe like for example the issue of token you have talked about. For example, if I consume 10 kilowatt hours, 10 units. Yes. For example, the current price is 20 shillings and 46 cents. So it's like I'll be paying 204 shillings in a month. Okay. And that's where most of the Kenyans are. We have about 5 to 6 million Kenyans actually who are actually using 10 units per kilowatt hour. Now, for example, if you go to the other category, 20 units, for example, if we are doing 20 units, you are paying 20.46 per unit, you are paying about 409 shillings. But now the domestic, so the tariff increases as you increase your use. Consumption. Yes, for example, the domestic, like Nduh, I would imagine, like for you, you consume about 200 units, so you must be you are paying 28 shillings and 24 cents. That's a bill of about 5,648 per month. And the reason why we do all these things is to ensure that there is more predictability and even transparency
in the market.
And also consumers knowing that, and that's why we publish. When we publish the pass-through cost, is not that we do that we are not seeing like we are hiding anything, and that's why we actually publish them in the Kenyan Gazette.
All right. Well, it'll be an interesting time ahead to see how this actually all pans out for the micro to work as well. Dr. John Mutua is the Director of Economic Regulation and Strategy with EPRA, has been our guest this hour. Thank you for joining us in the Situation Room this morning and for shedding light on some of these matters. Asante sana, everybody who's been in the Situation Room this morning. Thank you for being with us in these conversations. We move again tomorrow. Sugar and Spice comes in with Yolanda at 11. Good morning.
Thank you, Nduh. Thank you, Dennis.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the news. Sheila Tembur. The 130 billion shillings Mau Summit Eldoret Malaba Highway Expansion Project has moved to the next phase after completion of the pre-feasibility stage. The Public-Private Partnership Committee says the project will now undergo a detailed feasibility study between July and September this year. The study will cover traffic analysis, engineering designs, environmental